This is Cybert signing into Red Alert 3 for Gathering Storm. Round 3. We're on the CCO qualifier. This is still the upper bracket, but this is the final round of best of 5s. In the upper bracket, it's all best of 7s after this. Fighting for a chance for playoffs, playing the red. This is Pika. And on the other side, a matchup we've seen many times across the years. This is Andre. Dual allies. These two players in particular have met each other a number of times in tournaments, in random games online. These guys have tussled back and forth, but I have no idea what the overall score is between these players. I feel like 5-ish years ago, it would have been heavily Pika favored, and I feel like more recently, it might be Andre favored, maybe since 2022 or something like that. That's just my general impression of this, but it is best of 5, and we are still in the upper bracket of the CCO qualifier, so both of these players do still have that second chance to drop down. They have made it through the first 2 rounds of the upper bracket. They're here in what is essentially the round of 8, but of course, because it is double elimination, it's not quite the round of 8. It's got a couple more folks in it than that, but as far as the upper bracket is concerned, this is the round of 8, which means both players are within striking distance of playoffs. They have to win this best of 5 and one best of 7, and then that's it. They're into playoffs guaranteed with either the number 1 or the number 2 seed. Now it looks like both players going for the water expansion. Pika going to be a little bit quicker on that, and Andre going for the high ground expansion because the water is being blocked by the dog. So both players opening up fairly standard, but definitely macro-oriented builds. These are eco-first builds, although it looks like Andre is going bigger eco on his version of the build, and it's going to be Riptide, Jav, all 5 jabs for this Riptide. So this is maximum value, which means if you snipe it with a couple of Vindicators, that is maximum damage to your opponent, loading up a Riptide with $1,500 worth of Javelin Soldiers. Walls are up. Peacekeepers will not be able to do anything about that. Andre starting to fortify some of these areas. And yeah, this is in a different scenario. This is an unbelievably greedy build from Andre, but I think it's kind of worked out. So I guess it's fine. He hasn't sold off this command hub, which does give him, well, it gives his opponent a 3rd building to kill, but it also gives him that permanent build radius. And I guess it would be greedier to have sold that off. This Vindicator is going to go down. Oh, he got the splash damage. The Vindicator goes down, but that's a happy trade. All 5 go down. One jab gets eliminated on the other side as Pika's Riptide tears down one of those Javelin Soldiers, but that was kind of a disaster for Pika. He at least got the Riptide, got the Vindicator kill against his opponent, but Andre is going to be very happy with that defense and a couple of javelins. That's like 3 javelins that went down in the last 30 seconds on the high ground. Andre does not escape. The Vindicator does end up going down. Apollo takes a little bit of damage back, but both of these players now looking to kick it into high gear after a relatively calm and eco-focused opening. And Andre, he is not playing it is greedy, but like the fact that he kept this command post around, he's got the command hub providing the build radius. He dropped double turrets in that location as well. That is not like a crash and burn kind of just get as much money as we can out of this expansion and then get rid of it. He wants to hold on to this refinery for as long as possible, and he is investing to make that happen with the double multi-gunner turret, with the build radius being maintained. Apollo's going to chase away the Apollos of Pika, or of Andre, and Pika going to be getting a little bit of extra damage down on this naval yard. Riptides show up. but that's another naval yard deployed by Andri. So as soon as Pika cleans out one target, there's another one ready and waiting to go. Hydrofoil shows up, so the Apollos can't stick around as Pika really wants to dominate the seas. He's lost a couple of dolphins trying to do it, but he's also got a heroic dolphin out on the field as well. Dogs spread out around the map, and from here, I feel like Andri might just want to be going into Tier 3, into getting his artillery up and running, but he hasn't actually gone Tier 2. He doesn't have a war factory. He doesn't have much of a ground presence at all. He is now going double barracks. I don't know that he actually needs double barracks, but he is going double barracks for the current moment, pumping out a decent amount of peacekeepers, decent amount of infantry just to, I guess, hold this front line. But again, I feel like we should be moving towards Tier 2. We should be moving towards a big ground army, as he's gone triple, quadruple barracks, so never mind. Andri has something else in mind. No way, really? Okay, this is triple barracks, big eco, but funneling it all into unbelievably cheap units to pair with a multi-gunner turret push. This is actually a really nasty attack. This is a crazy strategy in terms of you're pairing together different strengths. So you've got the Apollos for the overwatch, you've got the anti-air provided there, and then it's mostly just peacekeepers, which are relatively cheap but can do a lot of damage. And even a cryo shot coming in here isn't going to be enough to shut down this army. Black hole armor eventually will evaporate, but Andri's first multi-gunner turret hasn't been deployed. And so once he gets that up, he's going to come online. There, the attack is actually beginning, but double bark comes out. Pika's peacekeepers get shut down. Everyone goes into stasis as those dogs save this attack for Andri. Black hole armor shows up, but almost every peacekeeper on Pika's side has already been eliminated. The second wave shows up, and the reinforcements for Pika are going to help hold down this front line. Andri's MCV has to back up, and that multi-gunner turret did not survive long enough for Andri to keep this attack going. He's had to back up, reset, reform his front line, and now he's ready to start anew. Pika is not giving up this front door. He is not giving up this high ground expansion easily as the GG comes out, and Pika wins game number 1. Game 2 will take us to Chrysaberyl Garden for a beautiful setting for another allied mirror matchup. Andri and Pika matching each other quite well in that game number 1, showing that here in like the round of 8, they are quite an even match between the two of them. Of course, this is Chrysaberyl Garden, so we've got these oil derricks on the high ground, we've got the additional buildings, we've got all the little many tiny changes between this and the other version of the map. Refineries coming up. No airfield first. It was barracks for both players, so they both have the oil derrick under their control. But I don't think we have any early riptides coming out either. We do have a packet of 5 Javs all together for Andri. Okay, now it's 6, so he may still... All right, he is going riptides. He does want to go for that riptide javelin, which we saw Pika go for in the last game. Didn't work out particularly well for Pika, but, you know, riptide jav, it is a classic combination for a reason. It is quite a good unit combo for all allied players to play with. Refinery coming up for Andri, heading out onto the water as the naval yard is already up and running for Pika as well. And he has decided to deploy his maybe a little bit later, but over by that 3rd refinery location. So he does get some benefits from that potentially superior position, depending on how this Riptide battle goes. The battle of these 2 Riptides. And Pika actually going to be getting a little bit of extra damage up here in the high ground. Going to be able to just kill off that oil derrick, no contest. So Andri was not in a position to save that. He was not in a position to deal with that 1 javelin soldier. So Pika gets a little bit of damage basically for free. Scouting Dog comes in, will end up getting shut down by the Riptide. Scouting Dog from Pika going to be looking to cross the map. Andri positioning his Conyard fairly far forward so he can deploy multi-gunner turrets, and he can also take this 4th refinery location. Again, not a super greedy build this time around. Andri was definitely a bit greedier in that previous game, but it looks like Andri is going for 4 refineries almost straight away in this game. He goes for the naval yard, goes for some javelin soldiers as well, but he's getting that 4th refinery up quite quickly. More Riptides going to be coming in. Javelin soldiers doing a little bit of damage for Andri, but not all that much. And now the Dolphins on the move. There is already a Riptide here to defend. 4th refinery now up and running for Andri. So his economy going to be hurting a little bit from losing that oil derrick, but will be made up by the fact that he has that faster 4th refinery. Pika, on the other hand, looking to set up a 4 refineries as well, and should be a good move for both players. Dolphin's going to try to escape along the north side of the map. A couple of more Javelin soldiers getting gunned down by these Riptides. That's never good for Andri, as Pika is going to be able to escape with those Riptides for the current moment. Javelin soldier from the high ground could try to lock down this refinery from up here. Might even be able to reach over to this naval yard, although that might be a little bit too far away. I love this attempt by Pika just to use this unit from earlier and try and do a bit more damage. Won't do very much. Laser lock comes in, but only a single rocket is fired. Dolphins from Andri going to be looking to return down to the south, return the damage that was done by Pika. Riptides moving in to defend. They will be able to deal with these Dolphins fairly easily, the sheer numbers of them. And the Vindicator now out on the field as well. Double walls coming up. Pika never got this 4th refinery location. So I was wrong. I thought Pika was posturing for a 4th refinery, and the Vindicator ends up going down, traded back for that Riptide. I don't think anything inside of the Riptide died, or Andri will be very sad about losing that Riptide. Harvester manages to escape once again, as both players looking to harass, but not harassing very successfully. The slow push is on its way, but Andri, once again, he has got that 4 refinery economy to back this up. Okay, maybe it's not always a working 4 refineries, but he at least did go for that eco play before going for the aggression. Multi-gunner turret coming in. He's got 2 multi-gunner turrets already preset here, so I have to imagine Andri is going to be on the receiving end of a multi-gunner turret very soon, but that cryo shot was a bit of a waste. At the very least, he could have dropped it directly on the turret to force the sell-off or get the kill that way, but instead he tries to freeze the army and it ends up not working. So of course now Andri is going to have his own cryo shot that's ready to go, and Pika has to be worried about that as these 2 multi-gunner turrets continue to work. This is going to be a free multi-gunner turret kill, but no, it's just more walls coming up for Pika. He's trying to cut off some of these multi-gunner turrets and just make them waste their shots on those walls. Javelins will help get a kill. 1 Vindicator goes down. The second gets taken low as well, but not actually eliminated as the tier 2 comes up for Pika. He's got that tier 2 online and working, as does Andri. But no tier 2 units out on the field just yet for either player. Riptide's coming forward, buying some time for the Javelins to be able to tear down that refinery. Gets sold off at the last second, but it doesn't even really matter. It was going to go down anyways. And we're once again on to a 3 refinery versus 4 refinery situation here for these 2 players. Andri, he lost that oil derrick early on, but now he is going to be making up for it big time by maintaining the economic advantage over his opponent. Pika able to keep himself in this game quite well with harassment, but as the pressure mounts at his front door, his harassment opportunities are about to disappear. Laser lock on the airfield. Everyone gets off the deck, but he can't save it as the MCV gets pushed back further and further. No multi-gunner turrets here to help secure the front door, and Andri just has to Pika just has to tap out as Andri puts a point on the board. And game 3 will send us to industrial strength. Which one of these players will move to match point? Which one of them will break the tie in their favor? In the north, rocking the blue, this is Andre, putting up those extra walls. In the south, putting up his own walls. This is Pika. Pika and Andre both going for that barracks opener. Pika, at the very least, did have 2 barracks. I'm not sure that Andre had the 2 barracks. Based on unit counts, I don't think so, as the refinery is a bit slower for Pika. But both players are going to kind of handshake on these oil derricks. Pika gets the one in the north, Andre gets the one in the south. They get 1 apiece, and they can both be happy with that. Right into the war factory. This is a perfect scout by Pika. He sees Andre's play here as Andre deploys that war factory, and within a second, basically, it gets spotted. So that's an additional 2 grand that has been spent by Andre in the first opening minutes of this game to get out that additional production facility. A cost that Pika will not share, because he didn't even go airfield. No way he's going straight into a 3rd refinery after scouting that. He has to be going airfield as a follow-up. Okay, no, naval yard. Okay, just as good. Equally cost-effective as an airfield. But triple now quad multi-gunner IFV. He's got... Is he going? Okay, he is going 3rd refinery after this. Okay, it's not all-out aggression. He's not going straight into tier 2 or trying to follow it up with a cryocopter or something like that. But these IFVs will provide a quick way for javelins to get to the other side of the map. He can laser lock this refinery, and Pika is completely out of position to deal with this. He needs more walls, but his MCV is too far away, and he brought the 2 multi-gunner turrets, 1 with a javelin soldier and 1... He's going to try and body block with the command hub. Perfectly done there. It does give a couple of extra seconds for this Riptide to respawn. That saved the ore refinery. It does cost having to rebuild that. Riptide just went down, so the Riptide didn't actually save this refinery. The Javelin Soldier will get the kill. The IFV goes down, but the Riptide is too slow to the front line there. Garage gets sniped in the middle of the map, and Andre pulls off the perfect attack on the other side of the map. A slight delay with the use of the command hub, with the Riptide coming in to defend, but in the end, it is 3 refineries for Andre versus now the 3 refineries of Pika. But the 3 versus 3 doesn't tell the whole story, as Andre finds himself a very nice advantage in the start of this game. He's up on eco a little bit, but the real story is the wasted 2 grand to rebuild this refinery that Pika had to endure. So his army is going to be a little bit weaker because of that. Maybe he can get out cryocopters or something. He's got the airfield. He's got the MCV in a good position to go for tier 2. It can feed this seaport as well, so the naval yard can produce assault destroyers to help beef up the army. Tier 2 would be a good move here. But again, he's going to be playing from a slight eco disadvantage, and from here, Andre needs to make a decision if he wants to go aggressive with this kind of low-tech army, or if he wants to try and play for the mid-game, get up to tier 2, or potentially go for a double expansion into the corner. IFVs and Riptides moving forward. We'll see what Pika has decided. No tier 2 just yet. What has he been going for behind this? He's going for more walls. He deployed a barracks into the main base, so he's got the option of adding infantry into his army. It does keep his army very cost-effective. Double barracks in the main. Does he really need double barracks in the main? I feel like this army can deal with double barracks production. We'll see. Multi-gunner turret should be coming up to help defend this as Andre. Does he actually want to commit into this attack? That IFV narrowly escaping. Lucky that it didn't get caught on any terrain or get caught up on the walls. Sometimes that can happen. And the 1-2 punch, it's now coming back the other way. Pika has found a perfect opportunity for the clapback. Nope. It's not going to be perfect. He does get killed off by that Vindicator. An unfortunate move for Pika. He gets up there with only one Javelin Soldier, and he has no recourse when his one Jav gets sniped. I feel like Pika should have something. Maybe this is just the difference between having to rebuild that refinery, slowing down the economy of your opponent. It is 4 refineries versus 3, but the MCV, it's not even like close to having another refinery up and running. Vindicator moving in. We'll be able to get a full round of bombs off. Where's the multi-gunner turret? It's not here just yet, but there are 2 more Vindicators coming in. There's the multi-gunner turret getting added into the mix as this Vindicator tries to draw the Apollos back over top of that multi-gunner, and now it can fire a couple of shots, but that's 2 or 3 Vindicators going down. Andre does defend this location, but at the very least, he keeps his Harvester alive. It was a costly defense, but he did defend. On the other side of the map, Pika did miss the timing to deploy his MCV nice and quickly to start up that next refinery, and uh-oh, that's the wrong place on the map. Pika donates a Vindicator for nothing to... He's going to donate a Riptide as well. Andre getting 2 or 3 free kills here in the middle. These 2 players going back and forth, knocking each other in the face, and then suddenly Pika slips on a banana peel and Andre is just able to drop the hammer on him. 2 Vindicators and... there are 2 Riptides and a Vindicator. Huge army losses here for Pika. Literally for nothing. He got no value out of those units. Apollo's showing up there trying to hunt down some of these units, but Pika's just running his units over top of everything that can knock them down. Disaster in 1 minute for Pika. It goes from a relatively even game state, a recoverable situation, to now he's down 4K army. What can he even do here? As long as Andre doesn't just throw these units away, this is going to be a difficult place to come back from for Pika. Double harass coming in. I love this. The Javelins on one side, the Dolphin on the other side, and he actually forces the sell-off. So now Andre no longer has as big of an eco advantage. Pika's taken over this oil derrick, and he is making the comeback happen. He's not going to get the kill on the refinery in the main base. He loses 2 more Javelin soldiers to make that happen, but he at least gets 1 Vindicator. Oh, almost gets both Vindicators. That actually would have saved almost everything there, as the Vindicators are now going to be crossing the map. They're going to try and kill off this ore refinery. I don't know that it'll have enough bombs. No, it survives. The repair tool will save that refinery. If Pika would have killed off that refinery, that would have been almost equalizing the situations between these 2 players. It wouldn't equalize the armies, as there's still a 3K advantage for Andre, and the multi-gunner turret just got crushed there with the Freezy Ray coming in, so the front door is wide open as Andre steps in, and it looks like Pika just has nothing to stop him. Riptide's getting torn apart. Peacekeepers keeping the peace by keeping the enemy down. As the Vindicators come back in, they struck 1 target on the other side of the map, but they didn't get a kill. They'll finally find their kill now, but the front door has more than been busted open. The house has been knocked down, and this is not the big bad wolf just blowing things down with air. Andre's using bullets to raise him to the ground. Refineries are done. Pika is gonna have to pull out some magic, but it feels like the only thing he's pulling out of the hat is air. He's got no rabbits left. He's got no ace card up his sleeve to try and complete the set. He has got an absolute disaster of a game. He almost called it back. He almost crawled back in this game, but the bomb splits are good. The javelins go down, and Pika falls to pieces here in game number 3. It was a slow build, a snowball rolling down the hill, but now it's just too much, and it's about to crash down on everything that Pika has. I guess the advantage is peacekeepers can't swim. So actually, the majority of the army value of Andri cannot reach the forces of Pika. If only Pika had anything back to defend. He's got 2 Vindicators, but he's also got 2 targets that he needs to knock down. And of course, behind all of this, Andri has all of the space, all of the time, all of the opportunity to do whatever he wants. Pika has been corralled into one tiny area of the map, and Andri has free reign to do whatever he pleases. Harvesters getting back to work, 4 refineries versus 2. It's a tale as old as time. Andri had the eco advantage. Pika crawled it back. He scraped it back together for a moment there, and then boom, it's a big shift in the other direction, unfortunately for Pika. And it's looking like a GG go next kind of situation. He can make the comeback happen in game number 4, but game number 3 comeback would be truly incredible from this kind of a position. Cryoshot will be firing back. The blast does freeze down a couple of peacekeepers, a couple of javelin soldiers, but Pika is not even in a position to capitalize on that freezy blast from the sky, locking down a chunk of that army. If he had had some forces, then the cryoblast could have split the army in half, and Pika could have potentially moved in. But of course, when you're playing in a mirror matchup and you're using something like a cryoshot or a cryoblast, you know as soon as you use it, your opponent is also going to be using it. And there's going to be the return fire. The cryoblast will fire off, forces the cell of that refinery. The bombs don't even need to drop on the harvester as the GG comes out, and Andri will put his 2nd point onto the board. Will send us to a game number 4 with the momentum. It's time for Pika to reactivate the energy from game number 1. And that'll happen here on Epicenter Island for game number 4. Pika and Andri going back and forth in this series. Very evenly matched between the 2 of them. But there were a couple of moments, a couple of mistakes on industrial strength where things just fell apart for Pika. And Andri playing out that slower style, not willing to just throw everything away on one all-out attack. And as a result, Pika slipped up a few too many times, and Andri did not slip up in return. Even those counterattacks by Pika, where he's sending a couple of javelin soldiers to the other side of the map, he's trying to find an opportunity to even things out, to equalize things, and he almost does it on the high ground on industrial strength, but every time Andri was just there in time to save things and to keep himself in a really good spot in that game. There were definitely opportunities for Pika to come back, but Andri, he was just playing too careful, too good to let any of those comeback opportunities actually materialize. Well, this is going to be an amazing bark as that dog knocks down 1. Can we see 2? Can we see 3? No! The MCV gets the crush. Unfortunate there. That would have been a monster kill for that dog. If he could have chained those attacks. The dog attack animation and the bear attack animation, it does have a little bit of I guess, lag built into it. It is not a, this MCV is on the move. This is an all-in. Okay, we'll see if this works out. Andri is looking to end this series now that he's got the advantage. He's on match point. He wants to rush it down, and it was a third refinery for Pika. So the economic advantage does work out for Pika, but he has to hold off this attack, and Andri doesn't care if he loses in the first wave. Andri is pretty good at playing out these very extended kind of base trade sort of scenarios. Yeah, if he could have gotten all 5 of those Javelin soldiers, that would have delayed this attack by maybe another minute, or this attack would have had so much less firepower. Peacekeepers moving forward. It's going to be low power mode for just a couple of moments. Their refinery is going to have to be sold off as the Riptides will back up. The Peacekeepers cannot get the kill on the Javelin soldiers. They get picked up by Andri's blue Riptides, and Pika will get 1 kill back. Riptide of Andri will end up surviving, but the Riptide of Pika ends up falling. Peacekeepers getting cut down on both sides, but Andri getting the kills that he actually wants. The kills that matter most are the refineries, and it's going to be another sell-off. It's going to be another forced refinery down into the ground as this MCV gets defended. Multi-gunner turret going to get trapped. The body block is good. 3 Riptides down. Pika falls apart. The defense doesn't hold together, and Andri has done more than enough damage for what he was looking to do in the first 5 minutes of this game. Javelin soldiers get the shots, but the Vindicator survives. Riptide goes down. The defense holds for the moment. Barracks and a command hub, so at least build radius has been maintained. Pika can hold on until the cryo shot is ready. Riptide's moving out onto the water. They're not going to have the Javelin soldiers to defend them. Bombs do get dropped. He is not able to split the bombs to get 2 targets, unfortunately, for Pika. Nope, there's the second target that gets knocked down, but his own Riptide isn't able to hold the line. The refinery getting targeted. 4 Riptides tearing it down. Naval yard gone. Pika's chances of winning this game disappearing rapidly as the multi-gunner turret will hold for the moment, but the power plant will not. The rapid fire is not rapid enough from these Vindicators. Not enough bombing runs, not enough bombs to make it happen. Vindicators will clean up the last of those Riptides out on the water, but behind all of this, a fresh refinery deployed for Andri. 3 refs to 0. Oil derrick only. $1 in the bank for Pika. He is so close to getting that refinery back up and running, but Andri has all of the free time, all of the free space in the world. Another Riptide going down. Andri does not have to throw things away right here, right now. Apollo's chasing down this Vindicator. It was a long way to drive. The GG comes out, and Andri will complete the series with a slow but winning turret push. Andri finds the win against Pika. And we're back on Chrysabarrel Garden. A fresh game, number 1, a fresh best of 5. Who advances to the potential qualification matches? This, in the north, playing the green, is Green Alert. No Crane first. Full swap over to Empire. Meanwhile, in the south, rocking the airfield first, it's Classic Noob. Over here in the CCO qualifier as well. Both of these guys faced off. Actually, I don't remember. I think they did face each other in the BattleNet qualifier. And maybe even faced each other twice again in the lower bracket. But I think they only faced off in the lower bracket. And wow, Green Alert super fast oil derrick kill right there before the 90-second mark in the game. He's already cleared out that oil derrick. And this is going to be a dojo, or a generator core and a defender core, both coming out at the same time for Green Alert. Meanwhile, first airfield, Javelin soldier in with the walls as well. It's safe from the Imperial Warriors and can provide a little bit of covering fire if Tengus fly their way over that airfield. Bomb drops looking good thus far. Very nice bomb splitting from Classic Noob. He either dropped a bomb earlier or he missed that final bomb. But either way, pretty good bomb splitting from Classic Noob. And for the moment, not too crazy of an opener because we don't have a super fast cryo. We don't have some kind of a naval yard rush with a bunch of riptides and javelin soldiers. We do have just a calm opener, but a little bit of pressure from both players. The Vindicators out on the map, the Imperial Warriors out on the map, that Oil Derrick snipe early on. A little bit of pressure, but a nice normal opening for both players. And here is where we're either going to get a Tier 2, a third refinery, or an MCV cell from Green Alert. Which direction does he want to go? Is he looking to play the long game? Is he looking to upgrade his tech? Or is he going all in? Vindicators on the move out. That third refinery is going to make up for the economic disadvantage that the allied player does experience. Tengu's going to be fighting it out. Really nice micro. That was basically perfect micro from both players, which does mean neither one of them lost a single unit, but they both played that engagement as well as they could, and as a result, no one loses anything, but the Apollos are forced back to base. One Tengu should be forced back to base. Maybe he went all the way back for the repairs. Yeah, he's staying in the sky, but he is getting those repairs. And then there were no IFVs or javelins or anything with these Apollos, so there's no way to force the engagement from the allied side. You're just going to lose against these kind of numbers. The control was perfect in the first fight. It wasn't perfect in the second fight, so one Apollo will end up going down. But this is a good indicator for Classic Noob of exactly the kind of numbers that Green Alert has. He hasn't gone for a refinery, he hasn't gone for an MCV cell, but he does have something queued up here, and he wanted to get out 8 Tengus to be able to run the air. He doesn't want to give anything up too easily to Classic Noob, so the harassment will be coming in. 4th refinery going to be essentially shut down for the current moment. Tengu should get bombed out by this Vindicator. We'll see if the Apollos are able to get any kills. What is his... Oh, the Javelin. The Javelin is going to get the kill on this Tengu, but it might also get the honorable discharge to kill off this Harvester. Guaranteed 1,000 bucks, and that refinery is shut down for even longer. The ref on the high ground is almost up and running for Green Alert, so he does have that eco playing to his advantage, but not for long. Once this 4th refinery is back online, he will be losing out on his 3 Harvester plus an Oil Derrick advantage that he currently has. It's taken actually a surprisingly long time because Classic Noob was drawing a 0 on his bank account for a lot of that. It took longer than it should have for that Harvester to get rebuilt. Where is... Okay, the MCV is here. No Tier 2. We don't have a move to cryocopters, and we also don't yet have a war factory, a naval yard with Tier 2, something to give a little bit more power on the ground. Are we going to see a Mirage Tank style... That's Mirage Tank the player, I should clarify. But Mirage Tank the player would go for these like 3 or 4 airfield builds versus players in the BattleNet qualifier, and he ended up working out quite well with an extremely heavy air focus. Very little focus on ground units, very little focus on naval units. He would, of course, bring those things in eventually, but he would go for a very fast double airfield and then add on a triple or even a quadra airfield. Barracks is going to be the choice for the current moment. Naval Yard is the companion for Classic Noob, and then he might be going Tier 2 so we can see some Assault Destroyers, we can see some other options from the Allied player. Point defense drones have finally come online for Green Alert, and a couple of times in this tournament we have seen players time out their point defense drones where they deploy it one last time and then they sell their MCV, so they get as best they can, they get maximum value out of that ability. And this is a lot of Javelin soldiers getting shot up, put in the ground, and the Harvester gets eliminated as well. Traded back for 1, 2 Tengus going down. Maybe a third will be eliminated. Barely survives there as Green Alert keeps that Tengu alive with just a sliver of health. The pullback there was perfect, and once again, the refinery numbers may be, equal. The harvester numbers may be equal, but the lost mining time can add up quite significantly, and it's going to be a lot of lost mining time for Classic Noob. So they are evened up on Eco, but of course with the oil derrick longer lasting for Green Alert, he had that advantage once upon a time. Fourth refinery coming online, naval yard as well. Both players, what I thought was going to be like an explosive, action-packed match, ended up, they're both playing this one out a little bit slowly. We'll see these little flashes of aggression, and then both players draw back for a moment, recoup, rebuild, rearm, and then they get ready for the next bout. But very short skirmishes followed by lulls in the action, which I thought Green Alert and Classic Noob were going to be a little bit more heavy-handed, just going at it with each other. Assault Destroyer is here. That refinery is not long for this world, as these Apollos are kind of getting clobbered against the superior numbers and the point defense drones, but the Imperial Warrior comes in for a kill, gets one slice and dice before the dog stops that Imperial Warrior. Harvester isn't going to be able to do much with the black hole armor protecting those javelins on the ground. Yari Minisub stepping out onto the field will maybe sink this refinery. We'll see if the Yari Minisubs can actually get the kills that they are looking for. Command hub onto the high ground will open up a fifth refinery location there for... Okay, he doesn't actually have 4 refineries working. He does have 4... No, he does have 3 harvesters, but he does have 4 refineries, and now the numbers do add up a little bit more nicely. He needs to transfer this harvester over to this location as the Yari Minisubs manage to get a kill. The Dolphins, I don't think, will be quite so lucky as they force the harvester offline for just a couple of moments here, and that harvester working away, but it's really only a 3 refinery economy for both players. Okay. Classic Noob now looking to get his... Wait, he lost? He lost the other harvester. Oh, he deployed it into a command hub, and he still hasn't built this harvester, so it should be more even on Eco than it actually is. It maybe should even be Classic Noob favored, but it's just not working out that way, unfortunately, for Classic Noob. It's finally got that high ground refinery up and going at least. And okay, there's the additional refinery there. This harvester is still not back online, so that should be a 5 refinery economy. And Classic Noob, at this point, I feel like, what's the point of this refinery? You either sell off the refinery or you rebuild the harvester. But in this case, maybe he's just gonna keep that refinery there, and then when he needs to, he'll sell it off. Oh! Double Chopper VX getting shut down there, just slammed into the ground, and Classic Noob gets an easy kill. I mean, who cares if you've got an extra refinery when you're killing off 2,400 worth of units on the other side of the map? You can afford to have an extra harvester not be doing anything. Have a refinery that's empty and useless. Classic Noob, it feels like he is drawing a 0 quite often on his bank account, which is good, but again, he could have this additional refinery online and working. He has managed to shut down the high ground refinery. He has managed to keep that offline from really doing anything. Harvester Harass now coming back in. Green Alert earlier in this game being quite successful at harassing these harvesters. Tengu's moving into position. They're going to try and hunt down these Vindicators. It won't be a free defense as both Vindicators go down and the Apollos aren't able to clear out all of the Tengus. A refinery going down. Classic Noob holds off the attack. He does lose some units in the course of trying to defend this attack, but at least gets a refinery on the other side of the map. And it is back down to 3 working refineries for Green Alert. He's kept his MCV around. He does have the tier 2. I don't think he's looking to go tier 3 for the Wave Force Artillery anytime soon. Tengu's going for the harass. Assault Destroyer going to try and hold off these Tsunami tanks. The Javelin soldiers barely surviving. One of them gets sliced up, and now this Assault Destroyer has taken so much damage, he's going to have to back off. Chopper VXs go for the transform. There's going to be the Cryo Shot right on top of them, forcing them away. Cryocopter basically useless with 4 VXs on the ground. They are not going to make it easy for that Cryocopter to step forward. Fresh Assault Destroyer up and running. Classic Noob, I guess he's just buying time with this refinery at this point. He may not have realized that that Harvester was offline this entire time. Cryocopter is here. Big transform would be death for these Tengus. With all of those Apollos over top, it would be difficult to escape. VX is on the high ground. Perfect pairing here for Green Alert. Manages to escape with most of his Tengus, and he's at least killed off that refinery. He's slowed down the eco of Classic Noob. And even though Classic Noob forgot to build this Harvester for a couple of minutes there, he's done a pretty good job of defending, and Green Alert has done some damage, but not enough to shut down Classic Noob completely. Like, if Classic Noob had lost a couple more of his Harvesters a little bit more often, then this missing Harvester would have been a lot more impactful. But for most of the last 5 or so minutes, Classic Noob has had 4 working refineries, so it's kind of okay, even though it's not as good as it could be. Round 2 of the assault comes online here as Green Alert retakes that forward expansion. He's looking to up his eco once again. And okay, he's going to force a sell and disengage. He backs off from the front line. He has defended his expansion by using his attacking weapons in a offensive defensive way. While Classic Noob is defending against that attack, he's definitely not attacking Green Alert. Vindicator swings over. Apollo's going to give lots of vision. Do we have a Cryoblast to rain down on one of these locations? Javelins will get the kill. Goodbye to the Harvester. Tengus are here for defense. Everything from Green Alert swings back over, and the RE mini-subs are back online. They're coming back in for the crash, and they will get the splash damage to nearly kill off that Harvester. One more Yari mini-sub should move into position to knock down that refinery. Tsunami tanks move forward. They are the front line, but they've lost their multi-gunner. They've lost their point defense drones, rather. And the Javelin soldiers getting a kill there before they're forced away. The Imperial Warriors now going to be moving in. No bark, but the chomp does come through. The Imperial Warriors break through the frontline defense, and on the back line, that refinery got eliminated. Is that a little bit of counter-harass? No, it's just a Dolphin standing by, waiting for the opportunity to move in and do some attacking there. VX is on the front line, but most of the vehicles don't have very much health left in this game. It's going to be Emperor's Rage, and it's going to be the Tank Busters that are looking to do the big damage. Can the Peacekeepers break down this Empire front line as the Freezy Blast comes in from the sky? Tank Busters starting to land their shots. Chopper VX is shrunk down on the front line, pushing away those Cryocopters. The Assault Destroyer gets a crush. No, doesn't actually manage to get the crush on those shrunken down units as the Tengus transform and the Vindicator goes down. The Allies holds the front line, holds the door shut, and keeps the expansion safe for now. Empire Army backs up. Green Alert has not been able to find the expansion on the north. He has not been able to get this high ground expansion back up and running, and now the slowest turret push of all time. The MCV is still all the way back here, but that multi-gunner turret deploying out of the command hub, possibly from like an extra refinery or an extra harvester, because so many refineries have gone down over the course of this game. And now the multi-gunner turret, it's just a little bit too much. There were too many attacks going on at once. There were too many other things happening on the map. Green Alert could not defend that location, and now he has this extra refinery ready to go. Apollo's going to show up. They're going to shred one of the VXs. Nope, they transform in time. Tengu goes down, traded back for an Apollo. Cryocopters moving into position a little bit too late. They're over top of these VXs. That's a donation. Merry Christmas. I hope it's your birthday, because those are 2 free gifts from Classic Noob. Green Alert clears out this section of the map. Both players in previous games, it feels like they have flung themselves headlong into matches, into fights, but this game feels so much more careful and calculated and cautious from these players. Classic Noob and Green Alert, they do not want to give up this game number 1 freely. They do not want to give up a point in this series without it being earned by the other side. Javelin soldiers will not get sliced and diced. Not for now. The Tengu going to come in for the transform. He's going to try and explode on top of these jabs, but the crush is going to come through. The Imperial Warriors being completely blocked. The Tsunami Tank getting crushed. The Assault Destroyer is perfection here as the Javelins will land a couple of shots, but the refinery is down. Classic Noob has done the damage that he was looking to do. The guns have now turned. The Assault Destroyer will fall. The Javelins getting as much back as they can, but as their armor disappears, so do they. An almost perfect assault there for Classic Noob, but once the defending forces returned, it was, you know, a little bit too much firepower for that little conclave to deal with. I'm not sure what's going on here. A little force fire on the ground for some reason. Ore refinery just hanging on by an absolute thread there. The slimmest of margins as these harvesters are brought onto the forefront. Green Alert quickly replacing almost every refinery that goes down. Over time, there has been a bigger and bigger advantage building for Classic Noob. We saw earlier on some good harassment coming out from Green Alert. He was able to knock down harvesters and refineries. Is this just slowly... Okay, no, I don't think it's doing any damage to the Assault Destroyer on the other side of the map. Cryocopters moving in, instantly freezing, instant lockdown on this refinery. An unfortunate turn here for Green Alert. Won't even require any micro from Classic Noob. He drops all 3 bombs and just gets out of there. But an unfortunate oversight from Green Alert, not able to defend that expansion. Cash down the drain. Emperor's Rage going to land once again on top of this army, but they're kind of just backing up from the front line. This is 3 Assault Destroyers deep. That's a lot of Black Hole armor to absorb a lot of damage and let these Peacekeepers and Javelin soldiers do the heavy lifting. Crush comes through. Double Tsunami Tank put in the ground. The Grinder Treads are online for this allied force. And on the back line, it's Classic Noob finding another freeze, finding another refinery, finding another kill as the GG comes out. And Classic Noob gets the first point on the board. Or on Battle Base Beta for another Empire versus Allies match. I know there's some fans of Green Alert's Soviet play that are going to be disappointed to see him rocking the Empire multiple games in a row, but, you know, you can't fault him. He wants to go with what he thinks is strongest, and you can definitely see from that first game, these two players were incredibly evenly matched, down to the wire for so much of that game. If the harassment could have been, I don't know, 5% better, just a little bit more effective or a little bit more consistent, Green Alert definitely could have taken that game. Now, with the Vindicators here, you can sometimes still get an engineer out. Like, this is the perfect timing to get an engineer into that oil derrick. And sometimes the engineer will jump into the oil derrick even if the Vindicator is directly over top. If you are fast on the timing, you're paying attention, then that engineer will jump right into the oil derrick before the bombs can actually hit. So you end up getting it even if the Vindicators are right over top, watching that Vindicator like a hawk. A couple of buildings going to be getting taken over. This is one of those advantages that you can get if you're a good Empire player. Look at this from Green Alert. He can see half of the battle base just by a couple of these buildings having individual Imperial Warriors inside of them. And of course, an Apollo also gives you pretty good vision, and when they don't have a burst drone attached to them, they are quite fast, so you can scout basically the whole map very, very quickly. Third refinery up for both players. The economy is going to be pretty darn close, but we've got a bit of a spike from Green Alert. That's a bit of a lie. I believe the spike that you're seeing, the 6.7, 6 point, basically 7K per minute, it's not due to an MCV cell. It is, I think, due to the oil derricks and then possibly some buildings being sold off. So that's why he's like, 50% ahead of his opponent in terms of economy. Oil derricks being a little bit of a, false indicator. He's not, he's not that far ahead in eco. A couple of grand in the early game isn't necessarily the end of the world now that one of the oil derricks has already been cleaned up. Now that the refinery numbers are being matched by Classic Noob, he's, slight economic advantage for Green Alert in these opening games, but by no means the end of the world. Will we see a quick fourth refinery, though, from Green Alert? Because we do have a very quick fourth refinery from Classic Noob. A little bit of tussle here. It looks like an Apollo gets broken apart over the middle of the map. I'm guessing it was double Apollo, double Vindicator starting out from Classic Noob. And he's going to be following it up with a second airfield. So again, this is... In a different world, this is like a very, very greedy build. I don't know if Green Alert has enough that he can punish this hard. He can punish it a little bit. He's got 5-6 Tengus out on the map, but he also went for the naval yard. He's also going for the Yari mini-subs. So that's where a little bit of his cash is going. That could have been an extra 2 or 3 Tengus flying around the map. That could have been a faster tier 2 on his Mecha Bay, but instead he wanted to knock down this refinery location, which also has a power plant with it. So that is a decent amount of infrastructure that these Yari mini-subs can knock down, and then you can sell off that naval yard. But it does mean the early game isn't as strong as it could be for... He's actually getting his own naval yard for Green Alert. If Green Alert hadn't gone for the naval yard, hadn't gone for the Yari mini-subs, he could have had more Tengus to be able to potentially do more on the map. But he gets the kill on the Harvester, so there is no build radius. Riptides will come out. This is going to force the Yari mini-subs to either go kamikaze or to turn and fight those Riptides. Another bombing run comes through. That's a dead Harvester. That's just kind of slow bombing runs, but they do find the damage. There goes the power plant. It is going to be low power mode momentarily here for Classic Noob. Kind of helping him out there by killing off that refinery. It does bring him closer to being online in terms of power, but there's the extra power plant to help fuel things. Apollo's over top of Green Alert's base, and Green Alert, he's going to be going for the Defender Core as well. If I was Green Alert, I would be very worried that this is going to turn into a Cryocopter Fiesta, but that's not actually happening. That's not happening at all. It looks like the Naval Yard was sold off there by Green Alert, so I can see why he's getting the Defender Core, why he wants that extra anti-air help here in the middle of his base. And cryocopters would be very annoying to deal with, but he does not have cryocopters to worry about for the current moment. Cotton Yard could be going for tier 2 at this point, but that fourth refinery is back up and running. Classic Noob. He wants to even out that eco graph, and you can see he has finally done it. Green Alert had a bit of an advantage there. The double oil derricks, the faster refineries, but this harassment coming in. This is now double Harvester killed off at this high ground expansion. And then, of course, one oil derrick was cleaned up, and Classic Noob got the double expansion over his opponent. So, overall, Classic Noob has once again been slowly but surely building up these big economic advantages. That's a lot of Tengus moving in. The Apollos do have the repair drones, but the point defense drones are on the other side. And this is a lot of Tengus going down. This is actually way too many with the reinforcements coming in. Not even any hydrofoils to help out with this fight. The Apollos are just clobbering the Tengus. That's it. GG. I cannot believe how poorly that fight went for Green Alert. I thought he was going to come out, sort of in the middle with that. I thought he was going to get all of the Apollos, and yeah, it would cost him, but then he could go for the harassment after that. But Classic Noob ended up just winning the game by defending that attack that Green Alert was trying to execute. That turned into an absolute disaster for Green Alert. He had the point defense drones, he had good numbers, but those reinforcing Apollos, the repair drones, and a little bit of micro from Classic Noob turned that into an absolutely stunning fight for the allied player. This is okay. We're going to see which way this goes. This could still be a 45-minute game, even though we are starting out with a Cryo Rush. We're starting out with a Javelin and some Peacekeepers crossing the map. Oh, this is why we've talked about this before. It is very common for Empire players to go super fast third refinery, and Classic Noob is counting on it. He is assuming that his opponent is going greedy, and this is what he is looking to punish. The Cryocopter, I think, did just get delayed by that burst drone. So the burst drone does... Oh, and he didn't even have the Cryocopter completely done. I thought he was doing the trick where you spawn in one unit, but you have a second unit like 90% complete. So then they basically come out at the same time. But no, it was not. No, okay, there is the Cryocopter. There's Cryocopter out on the map. We've got a very big problem for Green Alert to deal with. He has spent a lot of cash very early on, and now with double Apollo plus this Javelin Soldier, it's going to be very difficult to stop this. Harvester is, I think, just out of range. Yeah, disaster is beginning. Green Alert down 0-2 in this series, on the precipice of being eliminated from the upper bracket, and now the walls are getting blocked off as well. Green Alert was trying to get the rest of the walls to go. Oh, go for the Javelin Soldier. Okay, the Cryocopter is now here. There was a very, very small opportunity. He might have been able to get that Javelin Soldier if Classic Noob didn't bring that Cryocopter back. But for the current moment, I think Classic Noob is actually just backing off, which is good for Green Alert. It's obviously been still quite a costly and very bad opening for Green Alert thus far. But Classic Noob, he's got this tier 2 for basically the rest of the game. He can still utilize this con yard, providing extra tech for all of his production facilities for, you know, basically the rest of the game. So the Cryocopter woes are not ending for Classic Noob. The airfield will be still in range of that MCV. Classic Noob has gone for 4 refineries, gone for 5 refineries on that first game, but he's been fairly economy-focused for the most part. I think he might drop a naval yard by this refinery as well, and then maybe move his MCV up to the high ground, look for some additional eco. But for the current moment, Green Alert is happy to let this one play out a little bit slower. He can get his 3rd refinery back up and running, and he went from being in a phenomenal position to being in a terrible position, and now he's in an okay position. Obviously, Cryocopters are a very high utility unit. Oh, he didn't go naval yard. He went for a 2nd airfield packed along with that refinery. And of course, with this kind of an opening, unlike that previous game, Battle Base Beta, where Green Alert got a pretty quick naval yard, got a good couple of 2, 3, maybe even 4 Yari mini-subs out onto the field. Nothing like that is happening for the current moment. It's tier 2 onto the Mecha Bay. It is rebuilding that 3rd refinery. And of course, Green Alert is now going to be permanently down that oil derrick as well. So as the game goes on, Green Alert had that initial advantage in eco, and now that has been clawed back by Classic Noob. He's got that eco advantage over his opponent. Cryocopter coming in. Chopper VX does transform, so he's up in the sky. The VX is on the ground, going to be providing that anti-air cover. 4th refinery up and running. Classic Noob is sort of just running it back. Very slight variation on this build, but actually no, both of the airfields are out of range of this MCV, so if he wants to build more Cryocopters, he's going to need to move that MCV or deploy a 3rd airfield, but it's going to be naval yard on the low ground, and that should be in range of that MCV since he just built it. And an expansion potentially coming up here in the north can deploy that command hub onto the water and kind of sneakily get a 5th refinery without his opponent necessarily realizing it. What a huge difference this opening has made. Compare Green Alert's activity in the last game to this one. He is very much playing on his side of the map, playing very cautiously here. He did go tier 2, so he had some extra expense. He built 4 VXs, so that's a lot of cash. You can understand why Green Alert is playing this one closer to his side of the map rather than being super active on the other side. I also love the addition of this dojo. I hope he deploys this for Imperial Warriors and Javelin and Tank Busters onto the front line. That would be just great. He might just have it as like kind of a crushing unit, but okay, no, he is going to deploy it. We should see some Imperial Warriors out onto the field. Cryo shot ready to go as soon as these units transform. They would have been getting frozen, so it does force those units back. The multi-gunner turret going to get a couple of extra shots here, but now the dojo is online. Green Alert out of cash, though, overspending with his production facilities. And it looks like he does defend that refinery once again. Okay, never mind. This is not going to work out very well at all. Classic Noob already has a ton of Javelin soldiers and an Assault Destroyer, so he's going that tier 1, tier 2 mix. You get the very cheap but effective infantry, especially Javelin soldiers and Peacekeepers. They both have those, like, critical mass numbers where once they get beyond a certain number, they just do so much damage. There are so many of them, and it takes a minute to build up to those numbers. But once you get there, they can be incredibly difficult to shut down. Classic Noob has definitely reached that number with these Javelin soldiers. So any air-to-air fights that happen over top of those Javelin soldiers are just going to massively favor the allied player. Tengus, do they want to commit in? No, okay. If they commit in to try and chase down that cryocopter, they're probably going to lose a couple of their own number in return. Point defense drones coming back online there. We got to see them expire and get reapplied. A couple of these Apollos are out of range of those repair drones, it seems, so they're not actually healing back up to full health. Dolphin going for the scout. Green Alert has decided to avoid the water for now. Refinery out here on the water for Classic Noob. It's not looking better when you are up 2-0 and you're also up 2.8k per minute over your opponent. It is not looking good for Green Alert. He's going to move in. He can do massive damage. This is a lot of army value. He's got 20k worth of Tengus and VXs, basically. A couple of Tsunamis mixed in here as well. Apollo's going to get chased away. Assault Destroyer will be pushed back as well. Multi-gunner turret on the ground. Going to be dealing with these Tsunami tanks, but they get the crush on the Javelin soldiers. Tengu's going to be frontlining for the VXs, keeping the Javs back away, but the Black Hole Armor is back online as a fresh Assault Destroyer leads the charge up the hill, and this attack turns into nothing. A couple of units going down there for Green Alert. He got a couple of shots back, but that was not a big, rousing victory for the Empire player. That needed it to do damage, that needed it to knock down a refinery, kill a chunk of the army, open up the front door, and reset the pace of the game a little bit here. And it did none of those things. Unfortunately for Green Alert, he has not gotten his big win. He's trying to close in on those cryo choppers, but the cryocopters are too fast. They get out over the water, and the Apollos are also nearby to guard dog against Tengus. VX is coming in. Javelin's doing massive damage. Apollos as well, as Green Alert looks for an angle back into this game, and he doesn't find it. He only finds an angle down to the lower bracket as Classic Noob completes the 3-0 clean sweep. Another series where the scoreline doesn't feel like it tells the story of the series, but that is how it goes. Unfortunately for Green Alert, he will take the L and drop down to the lower bracket. And we're on to Infinity Isle for Game 1. A fresh best of 5. Both of these players 2 rounds away from qualifying to playoffs. On the left side, rocking the red, switching to Empire, it's Dutch Army. A little bit of a change of pace. Meanwhile, going for the airfield first on Infinity Isle. Playing the orange, it's Other Dawn. OD going for that airfield and will find himself trying to... He actually goes Apollo for... No, he did go Vindicator. Okay. I thought I saw an Apollo winging its way around the map, and I was like, well, that's a way to say that you're not doing anything. There is the Apollo out on the field. Can deal with burst drones, but the Vindicator comes out first. It's not going to be a cryo rush. Airfield first on Infinity Isle is pretty common. Sometimes it's into a cryo rush versus Empire. Sometimes it is, I guess, just an expansion. He's going to be playing this one out fairly normally. Can go for the naval yard first if he feels like he needs the extra bit of security. But I don't think Other Dawn got any big kills in these early couple of minutes. The oil derricks have both been captured by Dutch army, and one of them does now go down, but none of the engineers were sniped, I don't think. These Imperial Warriors, they haven't been dealt with, and with only 2 Vindicators, it will take quite a few bombing runs to actually knock them. Oh, you won another airfield. That's not what I expected. I guess it's fine. It can repair up this MCV, allows the MCV to get out of range, and then he can go for some additional Vindicators as well. The Vindicators are not killing off these Imperial Warriors, so as long as the Imperial Warriors... As long as the Imperial Warriors can't do anything, then they're fine. Second round of walls comes in on the inside of the first round. There's not a lot of space left, and this airfield has taken a lot of... Damn, Dutch army can just do whatever he wants, it feels like. Okay, the tank buster does end up going down, so the Imperial Warriors can no longer bust through those walls, and they will get slowly but surely cleaned up. Without the naval yard, you can't build Riptides, so you don't have any sustained damage. You only have Vindicators that have to refuel, rearm, and are now being camped. You better go to the other airfield, because this is 5 Vindicators, not 5 Vindicators, 5 Tengus over top of your airfield. A bit unfortunate there. Dutch army is now taken up to the high ground. He can go for a 3rd refinery pretty safely here. Nice bomb splitting there by Other Dawn will allow him to clean up those Imperial Warriors a little bit faster. And he's got just 1 Imperial Warrior left. But behind all of this, Dutch army, he is ahead that bit on eco. And not necessarily a big deal just yet, but it feels like Other Dawn is on the verge of having his economy just destroyed. I feel like one false move or one slow reaction, and Dutch army is going to be dropping Tengus on all of his harvesters, and then suddenly that like 2 or 3k difference in the eco will be a lot bigger as Green Alert's not in this game, but as Dutch army looks to put the pressure on. Well, he's not looking to put the pressure on right now. He is just flying around. He's got a lot of Tengus. He does have 10 Tengus, I think, roaming around the map. The Apollo, flying a very cute pattern there, avoids destruction for a little while, but not long enough. Refinery back online. MCV decides to redeploy, but still no 3rd refinery out from Dutch army. With this MCV place and with the walls, I thought it was going to be a lot quicker for Dutch army, but no, he's biding his time for the current moment. He is hoping to just build a lot more Tengus. I really thought he was going to be going for that faster 3rd refinery. He did go for the defender next to his war factory. Always a safe move versus an airfield first allied player. You might end up needing that defender, and in this case, it's just helping him deal with the Apollos. Vindicators will get a kill there. Low power mode for a moment here for Dutch army. We'll be able to replace that power plant, and it feels like we've had enough of a pause that Other Dawn has stabilized quite nicely. So he's on to 3 airfields. He is playing this very airfield-heavy style again, reminiscent of Mirage Tank on the other side of the qualifiers. But now the power plant is up, and he could be heading into a 4th refinery on the high ground, which would give him a very nice economic advantage. 2 refineries versus 3. Oil derricks advantage to Dutch army, but they've both been cleaned up now, so no longer an advantage for Dutch army. He had to rebuild that power plant as well, and Other Dawn waiting for this harvester. That's funny. Dutch Army just stopping his harvester in the middle so that the splash damage isn't as much, because you've seen this trick before throughout this tournament. Allied players waiting to time those bomb drops until the harvester is over top of the refinery. That's a dead harvester. This is going to be a dead refinery. That's a lot of Tengus. So if all of the Apollos are not here, the Tengus will win the fight. Vindicators come in. Those are some bombs dropped, but there's not really a huge reason for the Tengus to leave this spot. They can keep fighting these Vindicators on the ground. They can knock down these airfields, and eventually these Vindicators will go down. If they keep landing in these locations, they'll just get gunned down. There's a power plant here and 2 airfields, so that's quite a bit of infrastructure that Other Dawn has invested in this section of the map. And now the power plants are going to be getting targeted. Behind this, Dutch Army is going for his additional refineries. He is deciding to attack and expand at the same time. And killing off these Tengus is nice. It's good for the Vindicators, but it is just too slow when you've only got 2 Vindicators and they're flying this distance to refuel and rearm to clean up these Tengus basically one at a time. Dutch Army going to be going for the double expand, going to be going for the slow kill on all of this infrastructure, but he's got a new problem to deal with. He's going to do it with tank busters and with Imperial Warriors as his tsunami tank moves up to the high ground, and Other Dawn is invested heavily on the water, and all of that is now at the bottom of the ocean. Huge losses for Other Dawn. Not so much in army value, but just in sheer infrastructure costs. Multi-gunner turret, is it actually in range? Okay, yes, it is. He does kill off the barracks there. It can be easily replaced. Buys a couple of extra seconds for that tsunami tank to get the actual kill on that multi-gunner turret, and another harvester going down. Point defense drones coming just in time, so the Vindicator doesn't actually get a kill there, and these power plants are exposed. Another Vindicator gets another kill. We're up to 3 Vindicators here. One of them is fully heroic, so that damage does have a bonus multiplier there, and it's double multi-gunner turret onto the front line, but Other Dawn is about to be losing one of them, and he's also about to lose his power plant. So if he deploys any more multi-gunner turrets, they are probably not going to be powered online for very long as the Vindicators come in. Another bombing run shuts down those tsunami tanks, and it just feels like no matter what Other Dawn does, it's just not enough. The lights are still on. The power is still working. These multi-gunner turrets are still firing away, but he's got even more problems to worry about here as the tsunami tanks close in. Another multi-gunner goes down. Tengu's coming in for another bombing run. Finally, the VXs are here to finally do a bit of damage back, but it's not enough. The multi-gunner turrets still firing their shots. I actually can't believe how much Other Dawn has been able to get done with these couple of multi-gunner turrets. I thought they were going to fall. I thought they were going to crumble, but it's going to be walls keeping them from doing their maximum damage. These Tengus chewing away at these power plants, but as soon as one goes down, another is there to replace it. With the walls coming in, this multi-gunner turret can't defend these Apollos, and this multi-gunner turret is just spending all of its life shooting at walls one after another. The Tengus have been cleaned up. Other Dawn is turning this into something. He's got enough power plants, and with that refinery on the high ground, he at least still had somewhat of an economy. It's not actually online. He's only got the 2 harvesters on the low ground, so his economy is not doing as well as he would like. Cryo shot a little bit wasted there as another power plant goes down. Other Dawn just spending so much cash rebuilding those power plants, not able to do much more than that. Tsunami tanks going to be taking the brunt of the attacks here from this first multi-gunner turret. Vindicators come in, takes a lot of damage, survives just in time there as Other Dawn manages to save one of his flying heroes, and the refinery gets sold off. Dutch Army loses his eco advantage. Okay, he's still got the refinery out on the water, but he loses that high ground refinery, and another couple of the tsunami tank's so close to going down, but the multi-gunner turret not able to land the killing blow. Refinery back online. 3 harvesters working away for both players. And that's a big economic advantage for Dutch Army, but it's just gotten a little bit smaller with the loss of that refinery on the high ground. Other Dawn, absolute resilience here. I thought he was done for. I thought he was going to crumble to this like wave of Tengus that was crossing the map, killing all sorts of stuff. But no, those bombing runs just never stopped. The Vindicators have earned their place in the Allied army, getting so much value back for these bombing runs time and time and time again. And, well, sells off a couple of power plants there. Doesn't want them to go down. Another bombing run successfully executed there by Other Dawn. And, yeah, Other Dawn, it does feel like he's still always fighting an uphill battle, and Dutch Army has reset his tanks once again. He's moving into position, and the Vindicators are now getting attacked as they're trying to refuel and rearm. They're getting shot up and shut down, and there's a crush as the MCV comes forward to be the attacking unit in the army. The Vindicator had a much shorter bombing run up here on the high ground, but also a much more precarious position as 2 of these tsunami tanks split off to attack one refinery on the high ground, and the other tsunami tank goes down to the low ground. It is going to be a multi-attack situation as the Peacekeepers run away from these tsunami tanks on the front line. Cryocopter is going to be getting pushed back. The VX is keeping these tsunamis safe from the freezing ray of that cryocopter. Well, that harvester becomes a hero as he does manage to get a kill on a tsunami tank, but the refinery ends up falling. The MCV ends up falling. Other Dawn ends up falling. The GG comes out, and Dutch Army had to fight for that a lot harder than I thought he was. Again, I thought it was going to be a slow wave building up and a Dutch Army victory, but Other Dawn absolutely bringing it back in that game, putting himself into an okay position considering the disaster of the water expansion, and I feel like it's cheers to Other Dawn for putting on that much of a show in that game. But in the end, Dutch Army gets the win. And we're on to the volcanic crash down land of Mers Landing. A little bit of magma, a little bit of volcano, a little bit of satellites crashing onto the battlefield. In the north, rocking the orange, playing the Allies, it's Other Dawn. Can he go for all 4 oil derricks at the same time? Not at the same time, but in the south, this is Dutch Army. And with another airfield first opening, is Dutch Army going to be able to claim his oil derrick and his opponent's oil derrick 2 games in a row, which would be 4 oil derricks? And he is indeed going for that. So either he was predicting that it would be an airfield opening, or he just wanted to go for 4 dojos in the early parts of the game anyways, and he was going to build those same 4 dojos regardless. Oil derrick does end up getting targeted, so that's an interesting strategy from Other Dawn, is to, instead of trying to bomb out the dojos, instead of trying to do that, he's just looking to kill off this oil derrick as quickly as possible, because if you would have been able... Oh, he gets it! That was the perfect move! Other Dawn is a genius, apparently! And the engineer just jumps inside of the barracks, heals that back up to full. That's actually incredible! I love that move from Other Dawn. He's just like, I am accepting the fate that I'm not going to be able to save this oil derrick. I'm not going to be able to profit from this oil derrick in any way at all. Get off the deck! Oh, this is very bad. This is not a good opener from Other Dawn. This is an incredible opener from Other Dawn, and yet it's also almost a complete disaster from OD. Dutch Army nearly getting a kill on a Vindicator very, very early on in this game using Imperial Warriors. Fortunately for Other Dawn, he's good at Vindicator micro, that bomb drop micro. You do have to practice it to get the hang of it. And then you'd think, okay, well, now I've got the timing down. I know how to do it in a bunch of different scenarios. But of course, the latency inherent in online Red Alert 3 games means that oftentimes in a competitive match, you can't execute the stop micro as well as you can. So, you know, you always got to feel it out a little bit there. Sometimes you do see players who are very good at bomb splitting, make some mistakes, and sometimes it's, you know, because they're human and they make mistakes, and sometimes it's because of the latency and the lag and a little bit of stutter in the netcode and all of those sorts of things that can cause micro problems for players. So in this case, the bomb splitting was quite good for Other Dawn. Dutch Army, again, if he would have gotten the kill on that Vindicator, it would have felt like game over. It would have felt like it's all done. Of course, it's not. Just because you lose one Vindicator doesn't mean the game is over. But if the Imperial Warriors had gotten that kill, that would have been like a morale breaker for Other Dawn. Third refinery for both players. War Factory, and we get ourselves an IFV roaming the map for Mr. OD. Barracks on the low ground for Dutch Army. And yeah, wasted engineer. I just love that move from Other Dawn. And the engineer was out long enough to have captured that oil derrick, but I guess because of the positioning of everything, he had to go the long way round. So at the very least, he would have gotten the cash back on the engineer. I don't know that he would have actually made any profit, but at least would have gotten the cash back on the engineer, as opposed to the engineer going into the barracks to heal that up for $500 and basically just being a waste of time and money and effort. But that was great by Other Dawn. Absolutely loved that play by him. Tier 2 up and running for our Empire player. One Tsunami tank, a couple of VXs out on the field. Dojo as well. No all-out aggression, no Tengu harass, no non-stop flipping from the backflips from the Tengus to attack those harvesters. No, both players doing a little handshake. All right, you get the oil derrick. I'm going to bomb out the other oil derrick. We'll meet in the middle of the map. We'll have our ground armies duke it out. And we should have point defense drones very soon for Green Alert, and we should also have Cryo Shot very soon for Other Dawn. So those are the two support powers, top secret protocols, if you will, that we are looking for. Multi-gunner IFB going to be getting a couple of snipes here. Ooh, backs off as that cryocopter does take a bit of damage. I love the sniper option for Other Dawn. This is not something we see very often. He's just sniping the tank busters. That's such a cool move from Other Dawn as he looks to lead this engagement with his Guardian tank, trying to keep those Tsunami tanks back away from the front line. Cryocopter goes for the freeze. Chopper goes for transform as that VX gets off the ground and into the sky. Does feel like the Empire army had a numbers advantage. It seems like it had an army quality advantage. I don't know if that was actually true, but that cryocopter can do so much to zone away the ground units. The shrink ray, the freeze ray, its presence on the battlefield can sometimes have a bit of an outsized impact. Love the sneaky expansion here from Other Dawn. Going for that command hub on the land expansion, so he's not going for the one in the south, he's going for the one in the north, but he's not going for either of the water expansions that are behind him. He is not worried about Yari mini subs. Double cryocopter going to be looking for the freeze. Dutch Army is going to have to split his attention. He needs to defend in both places. Vindicator comes in. That's a lot of damage coming back towards the Vindicator. Half of his health bar disappears, but he gets the kill that he was looking for. And he saved a bomb. I was going to say if he had saved a bomb, he could even get the oil derrick. But okay, I guess he's not going to. He probably could have gotten the oil derrick there. But if he didn't save his bombs, then you definitely can't get the oil derrick. Would have been nice to clean up the harvester and then follow it up by an oil derrick kill. Dutch Army. He should have an eco advantage, but not really. Yeah, he technically is 2K ahead, but by losing that harvester, that has evened things up quite a bit. Lost mining time, lost the engineer from the other side of the map. No oil derrick capture over there. And then, of course, the now faster 4th refinery from Other Dawn. It's going to end up being over time. An eco advantage for Other Dawn. Tengu's going to be hunting down this cryocopter. You're happy to trade a Tengu for a cryocopter, even 2 Tengus for a cryocopter, even if the Tengus end up costing, actually they still cost less, but you'd trade 3 Tengus for a cryocopter if you have to, just because the cryocopters have such a big impact on the battlefield. VX is moving forward, Apollo's chased away. Well, never mind. Goodbye to that spy, as I thought at first he was rushing forward with the spy to go for a bribe on top of the units, but no, that was actually just bad pathing. That unit was supposed to go the other way down the hill and not past the entire Empire army. A bit unfortunate. Bark comes off here. Tsunami Tank's going to be backing up. Cryocopter gets pushed away by those VXs, and the Guardians are pushing forward. The front line gets deleted. The infantry get crushed there as the IFVs move forward. The armies are very similar in value, but again, that cryocopter can have a big, big impact. The harassment coming in on the other side of the map, so Dutch army is going to be trying to win on 2 fronts at the same time as the cryocopter goes down. These tanks getting picked off one by one. Tsunami tanks on the front line. Point defense drones have mostly been eaten up as the tank busters come up for the slice, looking for the dice, but not going to be able to find it. They can't melt through that armor if the armor runs away. Guardian tank low on health. Peacekeeper getting an extra couple of shots there. And the harassment. No! Other Dawn almost donates away a cryocopter. So incredibly low on health. And it looks like the Harvester did end up going down on the other side of the map. A bit of an unfortunate damage to the economy of Other Dawn to lose those Harvesters there. Take damage on the front line and on your economy at the same time. But a lot of his units did also make it out of that fight. It was almost a disaster for the Allied player, donating away those cryocopters, but that fight would have been so much harder if Dutch army had not hunted down those cryocopters before the engagement. If Other Dawn goes into that engagement with 3 or maybe eventually 4 cryocopters, that whole fight could have looked so different. Instead, he had the 1 cryocopter. I think it ended up going down. Then he brought another cryocopter in. Or either way, these Guardian tanks getting shut down. The spy inside of that IFV going down. Or at least the IFV will go down. And the VXs all survive, managing to transform. They get the bonus health from the point defense drones. Now this is going to be 2 command hubs providing a lot of build radius at that expansion location. Other Dawn tried to play his cards in a different direction. He wanted to add the Athena cannons on. The bribe doesn't come through. He gets 1, but no, the rest of them do manage to escape. They avoid the bribe. That was about to be an amazing play by Other Dawn. This is a pretty good play by Other Dawn, using that Tsunami tank to great effect, and will be able to take down so many tank busters. But the economy of Other Dawn hurting once again as more harassment comes through from Dutch army. That's the mountain of Other Dawn now claimed back by Dutch army as he pushes forward. The VX is taking so much damage but never dying. 2-3 tanks going down on the Other Dawn side of the map, including the bribed Tsunami, which is now in the dirt. Low power mode momentarily there for Other Dawn. A bit unfortunate to deal with an energy crisis at the same time. IFV on the ground means that it's an easy fight for this Apollo. He may have gone heroic there, but the IFV will help that Apollo go 3 for 1 in that fight. I think that was 4 Tengus versus 1 Apollo, but with the help of that IFV, it ended up being a very pretty favorable fight for the Allied player. Vindicator comes in. Easy bomb drop, double vet for that Vindicator. He's an elite bomb dropper now. And Other Dawn gets his tier 3, but he gets his 4th refinery back up and running. It has been spotted out though, so and he's got a multi-gunner turret here. He's got 2 multi-gunner turrets, so He is going to be able to defend this location. IFV's happy to trade out versus these VXs as long as they actually get the kills, which they are not getting up to this point. Finally finds one, will get two, goes heroic as he gets his golden badge, and he cleans out a third. Other Dawn finding some big kills there, but now Dutch Army will find one back. The Athena cannon surrounded and destroyed. Dutch Army with a big army value advantage, just got even bigger with the addition of those point defense drones, and he doesn't worry about fighting on the front line, about trying to kill off the tanks and the army, because he can shut down the infrastructure first and shut down the production, as these tank busters are going to come back online in a moment here, and they're going to unleash onto these Mirage tanks. MCV taking massive damage. Mirage tanks can clear the field if they get the uptime, but they need the uptime. They need someone to body block for them, and that's the MCV. But the MCV is rapidly running out of health. The Shrink comes in, but that's for a quicker demise, not for a quick escape, as Other Dawn gets bullied out of his own expansion. The Tsunami tank's tearing everything apart, and he didn't have enough time. Always missing enough time as the War Factory goes down, and the GG comes out. Dutch Army gets 2 wins in a row, but Other Dawn puts up one heck of a fight, killing the oil derrick, bringing the spies online, trying to make the tier 3 army work. It was so close to working every single time, and it never actually clicked into place. Other Dawn fighting for his life, getting so close, but never able to win. And that takes us to Deep Sea for game number 3. He's out of chances. He needs to win 3 in a row. The Orange Allies. This is Other Dawn. Meanwhile, in the south, rocking the red, it's Dutch Army. Never outplayed in the way that counts. He got outplayed a couple of different times in these games, but never enough that it actually caused him to lose the game. Never enough that he wasn't able to recover and turn things around. Other Dawn, it is just like tragedy those first 2 games. So many good plays, but not able to clinch it. Dutch Army is that little bit better, and so he's got the 2 wins, and now he can basically give away 2 games and then still potentially win the series in the ace match. He can do whatever he wants for these next 3 games. Well, at least the next 2 games. Maybe not that ace match. Maybe he wants to, clutch up and get serious for that ace match. But once again, Dutch Army is going to be delaying the oil derrick capture of his opponent. In the first 2 games, Other Dawn was not interested in capturing the oil derrick at all. The oil derrick is very, very close on this map. So it is, nice and easy to capture, even if you do go airfield first, like Other Dawn did. Dutch Army is just going to be delaying the capture of that oil derrick. He's not going to be taking it for himself, and he's also not going to be forcing it to be blown up like it was in that previous game. Tengu's coming in. MCV moves over towards the expansion. Imperial Warriors doing a little bit of harassing there. And here's the Tengu harass going to be coming in. This Harvester has no safe place to go. The Apollos move into position. The Vindicators will be the follow-up, and the Harvester will not go down. The Honorable Discharge does not impact that Harvester. Did he not upgrade Honorable Discharge? I did not see. It didn't seem like those were extra explosive Tengus there. So if he didn't get Honorable Discharge, then that is okay. Those explosions look a little bit better, as the Apollos were not in position to totally shut down that Tengu, but that's 3 out of 4 Tengus going down, so this is a good opening for Other Dawn. On the other side of the map, Dutch Army is going for his 3rd, so behind his attacks, he gets the last Tengu as well, so that's 4 for 4. Other Dawn shuts down every single one of the Tengus from Dutch Army. Wall's going to be potentially coming up. No, he's not tier 2 just yet, but it is 3 refineries soon to be versus 3 refineries. And actually, Dutch Army is going to be getting scouted right there. The Apollos show up to the base, and they're like, hey, what do you got going on here? Vindicator's looking for a target. They spot the VX, so they know that the tier 2 is out. The Apollos move into position as well to make sure that if the VX tries to flip into the sky, that it would go down anyways. Peacekeeper's going to clear out these buildings, deny Dutch Army from any additional vision or map awareness. And actually, the cryocopter is going to get to work freezing down that building. It is a confirmation scout, sort of, for Dutch Army. He knows that the cryocopters are out on the field. I mean, he could have guessed that they were coming, but he knows for absolute certain. And he also knows that they are not on the other side of the map. Vindicators coming in. Dutch Army's base will get bombed somewhere. Maybe a power plant, maybe an oil derrick. Can just drop the bombs on the oil derrick and head home. What is he doing? Apollo's come through. One of the Apollo gets bursted down. A bit of an unfortunate move there. This building is still not frozen. This cryocopter is spending so much time. Okay, Dutch Army is being annoying to send the Imperial Warrior out and then force the cryocopters to stop attacking. So, yeah, he's breaking the attack beams there as these cryocopters finally freeze down the building. There we go. Everything dealt with very nicely there, but that was very, like, attention-intensive for Other Dawn. That took far more of his attention, of his individual clicks and unit control than it really should have. This is one of those things where it's a bit like, I don't know, he's just chucking something down a hallway, and it takes 10 minutes to put it back where it was, but it takes 1 second to get it knocked out of place. As the Apollo goes down, the cryocopter has been put incredibly low by those VXs, and Dutch Army is just out here making a mess for Other Dawn to clean up. He's tossing things out onto the field floor, like throwing down a big gallon of milk, just smashing it on the floor, and then it takes you a half hour to clean it up. It took a quarter of a second for that to come through, make a big mess, but then you're stuck there with stinky milk floor for a day. That's no good. That's not what you want. I didn't think we would be going to stinky milk floor in this game, but here we are, as Other Dawn deals with those buildings eventually. It took him a little bit longer than he would have liked. Tengu's moving forward. Point defense drones are here. I would say Cryo Shot should be here as well, but I'm pretty sure I saw the one of the units get an upgrade, which means he went somewhere else on the tech tree for those top secret protocols. Oil Derrick does end up surviving just barely, though. That's so little HP, unlike that VX that crashes down onto the ground because it's out of HP. Vindicators come through. That's the last damage onto that Oil Derrick. Done and dusted now. Can we see some spies coming out? Barracks is too far away, but we could, maybe we could see some spies. Maybe we could see some IFV snipes coming through once again. There's 3 tank busters, so it would kind of be worth it. And if he got the high technology upgrade for the Guardian tanks, then that's why they're doing bonus damage courtesy of that laser painter. Imperial Warriors moving forward. No dogs here on the front line to shut them down with the big bark, so they go into the ground, and the Guardian tanks come forward. Cryocopters here to shrink and freeze. They're just doing the first one for now. Javelin soldiers getting eliminated. IFVs getting pushed back, and the Dutch army has pushed back the attacking allied forces. Cryocopters going to try to escape off to the left side. IFV shots just missing because they're aiming for those shrunken down Tengus, which fly incredibly fast on the battlefield. Cryocopter goes down. That's a big kill here for Dutch Army. He will trade it back for 1 Tengu. But again, you're happy to trade back a Tengu for an Apollo or for a Cryocopter. in that way. Vindicators come forward. They do bomb out that building, but this is a war factory that's getting shut down. Another Dawn is doing nothing about it. Dutch Army basically with a free kill there. 2 grand down the drain. Production lines frozen as Other Dawn loses his primary production facility right there on the front line. Tengu will end up getting crushed, and this other Tengu will crash down onto the harvester. He doesn't even need to break down the wall because the honorable discharge will do the last bit of damage. Cryocopter so close to death as this Empire army engages. The slice and dice comes through from those Imperial warriors. They cut down the Peacekeepers on the front line, and in 1 minute flat, Other Dawn's army falls apart. His production gets crushed, and his front line gets destroyed. Annihilation seems like it is knocking on his door. It's a slow parade push across the map as Dutch army streams reinforcements onto the front line, and the Vindicator bombs don't find their targets. The Cryocopters crash down as Other Dawn drops out of the game, and Dutch army gets a very clean 3-0 sweep and will advance on into the qualifying match. Dutch army joins the remaining 4 for those last best of 7s to see who gets into the top 4 and who drops down to the lower bracket. Other Dawn is not done with this event yet. He will have a chance at redemption in the lower bracket. And welcome back to Mers Landing for our first qualification best of 7. Here in the upper bracket, it's best of 7s all the way down. In the north, playing the blue, going airfield first, this is Andre. And in the south, rocking the Empire, playing the purple, it's OP Shizhao. Andre versus OP Shizhao for a qualification best of 7 to see who's got a guaranteed spot, either number 1 or number 2 seed, and who drops down to have to fight it out in another round or 2 to qualify into the top 4. Both of these players so incredibly close, and whoever does win this series will go up against the winner of Dutch Army versus Classic Noob. So one of these guys will have to play a seeding match versus either Dutch or Classic, and the other one will drop down to the lower bracket. And then if they survive that, they may very well be playing the loser of that other match. It all depends on how the lower bracket shakes out. OP Shizhao looking to block off that 3rd refinery location. Not looking to go for this oil derrick capture. No attempt at the double refinery, the double oil derrick, excuse me, in this game. And so the Vindicators don't have to bomb out that oil derrick and deny that. Burst drone does get cleaned up there. 2 more Imperial warriors crossing the map. So for the current moment, this is a pure delay tactic. Maybe it delayed it by 30 seconds. It doesn't seem like it has delayed that refinery for very long. We do have a decent number of Tengus out, and I guess one way to look at it is if the Vindicators are dealing with Imperial warriors on the Allied side of the map, they are definitely not bombing out the Empire side of the map. So fortunately for OP Shizhao, he doesn't have to worry about any attacks on his half of the map for the first 2.5 minutes of the game. 3rd refinery up, and you can see that Andre is familiar with these overwhelming Imperial warrior tactics. We have seen a couple of games, even in this tournament, where Imperial warriors kind of snowball, and there end up being way more of them than the Allied player was prepared for. And walls are an excellent way to mitigate that threat. Imperial warriors need tank busters or somebody to burst down the wall for them. The Apollos are going to scout this out. They see the engineer, they see the MCV cell exactly as it happens. Tengus and Apollos going to be fighting each other. Unfortunately for OP Shizhao, he doesn't actually get the kill on the Apollos, but of course the Tengus all survive as well. So both players playing out the micro about as well as they can, and it's a double dojo follow-up into an MCV cell This engineer is going to try to escape the notice of the allied player, but with all of this space bought by, you're going to send a Vindicator over, right? You're going to send a Vindicator over to deal with that engineer, right? Surely he will. Okay, I think there's one bomb left in this Vindicator, and I think that is aimed at that engineer now. And nice denial there. 2 bombs, gets the kill. Makes sure that that MCV cell doesn't get additional value for OP Shizhao. Multi-gunner turret getting targeted down. The defense is going to have to be very tight here for Andre. If he gives away a bunch of units, if he lets the walls fall, if he lets the Vindicators go down too quickly, well, that's a good strike to begin with. 1 VX will end up going down, but traded back for two Vindicators. No Apollos end up going down, but the multi-gunner turret does get broken. Those Vindicator bombs wasted, and there are no Vindicators to replace them for the current moment. Tsunami Tank, VXs, Tengus, anything could be coming across the map to help deal with this, and the Imperial Warrior doesn't even die in trade to either one of those dogs. Both of the dogs go down, and the Imperial Warrior won't be able to stop that Peacekeeper from jumping in the building. An additional multi-gunner turret there on the north side, placed a little bit unfortunately, just because Andrew was guarding his flank, and in this case, all of the units are focused right here on the front line. Walls will be getting sold off here. Multi-gunner turret deployed on the inside. We'll be able to knock down perhaps a couple of these Imperial Warriors. Gets the Tank Buster, the premium target in that group. Tengu going for the harass. They're going to be able to shut down that Harvester, deny any further harvesting action from that 3rd refinery of the allied player. And with only 2 working refineries, or only 2 working Harvesters, OP Shizhao has the advantage over his opponent in this moment. Power plant gets sold off. Low power mode briefly there. Needs to sell off one of these multi-gunner turrets, but no, it'll be the GG. OP Shizhao, the pressure builds too much. It's too hot, and Andre has to get out of the kitchen. And as we launch into Infinity Isle, you can see that things are a little bit random here, because once again, playing the random. This is OP Shizhao, this time drawing Soviets. So 2 games in a row, 2 different factions, and playing the blue, sticking with allies. This is Andre opening up with that barracks to begin on Infinity Isle. I did not mention that in the previous game, but if you've seen some of OP Shizhao's games more recently, then in pretty much almost all of the Gathering Storm qualifiers, OP Shizhao has been playing random. He has been letting fate decide what his faction will be. It is kind of funny to roar on top of these 2 Peacekeepers, but it will at least keep them out of the building until the conscripts can arrive. Vindicator now out on the field. Can either bomb out the conscripts or try to deal with the bears, but that Peacekeeper is kind of caught behind enemy lines in a funny kind of way because of those bears. Dog going to try and chase away the bear, and OP Shizhao will get his bullfrog out, his flak cannon as well, and he has made safe his main base for now. Vindicators are also bombing out these bears in the middle of the map, so again, if they're bombing out the bears in the middle of the map, they are not doing anything in the main base of the Soviet player. Bears come through, not able to get the kill on that Peacekeeper. Unfortunate that the timing doesn't quite work out there for OP Shizhao, but the shield is up, and this Peacekeeper continuing to get a little bit of scouting information, a little bit of intel for Andre, and he will finally be shut down there. Conscript can get a little bit of scouting intel for OP Shizhao, jumping into that building, and Vindicators make a bombing run. They do get damage onto both the Harvester and the Refinery, and this, I'm not sure what the plan is for this one conscript to be the slowest kill of a Harvester of all time, but it would eventually kill the Harvester, and Vindicator will be able to deal with that conscript very nicely there. No walls getting broken down for that terror drone to be able to jump in to that Harvester. Harvester on the high ground, though, a little bit exposed here. We seem to be missing something from the Allied side. There it is. Okay, we're moving through the middle of the map. Andrew did not sell off his MCV, which would be a very funny thing for an Allied player to do as the Vindicators come in. One of them goes down. They're going to trade them back for 2 Vindicators, 2 Bullfrogs. A great trade for the Soviet player. MCV on the other side of the map. Terror Drone going to be able to lock down that Harvester in the main base of Andri, and OP Shizhao needs to make the defense good because we've seen how good Andri is at ending games with turrets. Hammer tanks out, super reactor finished up, 3rd refinery on the high ground working away. Oil derrick under the control of both players as they are going to try and find a way to win in the short term because what is this MCV doing so close? I thought for a second he was going to go full Insano style and just sell off the MCV to get the engineer into his opponent's MCV. That's one way to shut them down. Terror Drone is there to make sure that that MCV is doing nothing in this game. Peacekeeper will get the kill. The combat engineer won't get one back, but the Terror Drone engineer combo completely shuts Andri down. Now, of course, on the other side of the map, where is the Crusher Crane? That is a concerning detail that is lost in this match. If he had had time, if OP Shishao had had time to get out the Crusher Crane, it would have been an amazing 1-2 punch, because then selling off the MCV isn't the end of the build queue. But in this case, if he wants to build any more structures, he's going to have to rebuild that MCV. He is locked on 3 refineries with a super reactor, with 1 barracks and 1 war factory. No airfield, no 4th refinery, no naval yard, no tier 3 for this Soviet player. But an additional harvester kill, always nice to find that. And the adaptive armor going to be popped on that ore collector will get the kill, or will help protect it against the Vindicator bombs, and the power plant will get killed off. Love the 1-2 punch from OP Shizhao. Sells off his MCV. Terror Drone is there. You have to decide, do you want to give your opponent an allied MCV, or do you want to let the Terror Drone shut down your attack? Because there weren't a lot of other units on the front line, Andri was able to escape the clutches of OP Shizhao, and Andri will eventually get the kill on that harvester. It took a lot of bombs, it took a lot of time in bombing runs, but eventually the harvester does go down. Andri is just looking to delay as much as he can, buy as much time as possible. He's got tier 2. Cryocopter can come out onto the field. Cryo shot fires off. One tank gets caught in the freeze, and 3 flak troopers, but it doesn't matter because they unfreeze before anything bad happens. Cryocopter going to shrink down one of the units as well. A Bullfrog getting pushed away from the front line, and this hammer tank has no one to kill it. That hero tank, that hero Terror Drone, this guy is getting so much value. Killing off 2 harvesters is absolutely massive there for the Soviet player. As the Vindicators come in, the bombing runs clear out some of the ground vehicles. I think a Bullfrog ends up going down there, maybe a hammer tank as well. But OP Shizhao is continuing to move on forward. The mines are being laid and more wall segments being destroyed. Cryocopter comes back in. There's the freeze. Flak troopers have broken through, but the bomb split is good. Andri getting maximum value for his units, but it's not enough. The aircraft get broken apart, and the Guardian tanks are the last line of defense. Terror Drone gets the stasis, locks down the MCV, locks down the Guardian tank, and that's a lot of mines on top of the MCV. It's a 1-2 punch. It's a quick 2-0 to start out this best of 7 as OP Shizhao puts Andri down on 2 different islands. And that'll send us to Deep Sea for game number 3 in the south. Rocking the blue. This is Andri. And in the north, once again playing the Soviets. This time he's orange. It's OP Shizhao. Random Soviets. He did pretty well with it in that previous game, shutting down that attack from Andri. But of course, it's a whole new game. It's a different map with a different setup. And this map can work quite well for the allied turret push because you can move here for your third, and then you can snake around this S-curve. And at every stage, you can sort of move forward slowly, and you can leapfrog a bit with your multi-gunner turrets. War Factory on the way for OP Shizhao. He is doing a bit of a base crawl towards his expansion, and he is starting to potentially just go for a very traditional base crawl all the way to the third refinery location. It is a little bit slower to do it that way, and it does require you to string your buildings out in this particular way. Some players don't like it because they want their war factory closer to the base and they want to drop like a super reactor over there. But in this case, it is going to work out quite well for OP Shizhao. Both players happy to play this one out a little bit calm for the first couple of minutes. We got some bullfrogs, we got some dogs and some conscripts. We got the moseying around the map, but no all-ins, no big rushes, no trying to cross the map in under 2 minutes or anything. Bear will block off this location for a few seconds, but it looks like the refinery is only halfway done, so no real delay there. Triple bullfrog, he's just gonna try and camp the airfield here. There's a flak guns chase away those Vindicators. Didn't bring along an extra engineer, I guess. The conscript, how'd the conscript get in there? I did not see that conscript in there, but the Vindicators have to take to the skies to bomb out that location, and now the multi-gunner turret will help chase away these bullfrogs. They're just going to kind of chase themselves deeper into enemy territory. For a moment there, they were heading for where those Vindicators are moving around, and okay, he gets the cash back. So one bullfrog got cash back, but then the other ones do pull out of range of the multi-gunner turret. Vindicators are able to return back home. Third refinery up for both players. Nearly. Whoa! What is this down here? Third refinery up and running for OP Shizhao. Nearly fourth refinery up and running for the Soviet player. Sneaky low ground expansion that I was not paying attention to at all here for Shizhao. Peacekeepers will clear out this building, but of course conscripts can do that even more easily than the Peacekeepers can. Low ground attack onto that oil derrick, and now the fourth refinery is up and running for OP Shizhao, so he's in a very comfortable place. It will be spotted out, these Vindicators coming over. They're going to drop their bombs just directly on to the ore refinery. You do kind of have to do that 3 times to be able to bomb out the refinery, because repair tool, we'll see if there's any defenses drafted to help deal with this. Adding a flak cannon on here would help keep that refinery location safe, but for the current moment, Andriy is looking like he wants to put on a lot of pressure once again through the middle of the map. This hasn't worked out in the previous game, so we'll see if something similar happens in this one. Big damage onto the refinery, but again, it does take an additional bombing run to actually clear out that location. War Factory here. Vindicators refueling. At least a couple of them should be sent directly to the front line. You don't need all 4 of them to clear out this refinery location. Well, depending on how long you wait for that health bar to reset, it might actually take all 4 of them. Multi-gunner turret deployed. A very nice defensible multi-gunner turret location. They can't attack anything just yet. And there goes that refinery. It does get cleaned up. And, of course, the MCV is on the other side of the map, basically, so OP Shizhao can't do the terror drone engineer trick that he was doing last time. Javelin soldiers going to be putting a little bit of pressure on to those hammer tanks. Bear comes out, but doesn't take any damage just yet. Bears are, of course, there to help shut down those jabs. Multi-gunner turret going to get a couple of shots off here. This Javelin soldier getting sent very, very far forward. Going to draw with the bears, I guess. I'm not sure if that was actually a good move, but the multi-gunner turret's getting a little bit of value here, dealing with those bears. The Peacekeepers as well, trying to chase away those infantry units. Dog on the other side will be dealt with eventually, is currently blocking off that refinery location. And fourth refinery back up and running for OP Shizhao. So wasting no time getting that up and running. And the bullfrogs just donating themselves away. OP Shizhao just gives away those bullfrogs. Doesn't get lucky with any terror drones spawning in. And flak cannon going to be absorbing the attention and the focus of those units there. A couple of bombs onto the Bullfrog from Andri, and we'll be able to get the kill on the Terror Drone as well. Nice bomb splitting from Andri to maximize damage, but still 3-4 hammer tanks do make their way away from the front line. So the battlefield will still be quite heavy hammered, as the Flak Trooper does manage to escape for a moment. Will end up going down the multi-gunner turret, and nothing to clear out that dog because there's no airfield, and a reactor going to be coming up as well to help body block for this war factory. Hammer tank does get frozen, but no shots land on it, so OP Shizhao will let that guy thaw out. Well, never mind. As the Vindicator's coming forward, they're going to find a couple of kills here. Clean out the hammer tanks, but they trade 2 lives back for it, at least, as 2 Vindicators get their wings clipped, and the Bullfrogs finding a lot of value in this fight. Multi-gunner turrets focusing down this refinery, keeping the walls from being established, and that's a triple laser lock. 3 different targets. You can wall off some of them, but you can't body block forever, as 1 hammer tank is trying desperately to keep itself alive. That's a double reactor body block here, as there's a crusher crane somewhere on this map getting that extra build queue for the Soviet player, and Andri just pulling out an entirely different looking game here from that previous game on Infinity Isle, where he looked silly for going for that attack, for going for that kind of a play through the middle of the map. And instead, in this game, Andri looks dominant in this stage of the match. OP Shizhao has pulled his MCV out to the low ground, down to the water. So he does still have a base of operations. He can rebuild his infrastructure there. He's getting the airfield. That'll be online in a few moments. And Andri is a little bit slow moving. He doesn't have a huge ground army to just sweep through the base and clean everything up. He is heavily relying on those multi-gunner turrets to anchor his forces. So OP Shizhao does have a decent amount of time being bought by the slowness of Andri. Walls are also going to be a big factor in delaying any kind of play, because Andri has to chew through those walls slowly with his turrets, and it looks like a Tesla coil is coming up to help defend this location, which will deal with those multi-gunner turrets pretty easily. Cryo shot going to be firing off, will freeze the barracks, force it to be sold off, so cash back for OP Shizhao. Vindicators coming in, MiGs getting a shot off, or it's just the Bullfrogs that actually get the kill as the Shrink comes in. The Bullfrog gets shrunken down. Twin Blade moving in, but there's already an IFV here. As soon as OP Shizhao moves into position, he's already being matched by Andri, at least in that case. Tesla coil goes down. Vindicators will pay the price. 1 Vindicator goes down, but so does the MiG, as that gets traded back. And a multi-gunner turret now targeting this Crusher Crane, trying to shut down the Bullfrogs as well. And if you kill off the Crusher Crane, that is a good enough target for a multi-gunner turret to kill off. Barracks coming up, buying more time for Andri. He deploys actually a second multi-gunner turret next to the first one, as he adds his own 3rd refinery into the mix. Must have lost a harvester somewhere. He did lose a harvester back here, so he's got 4 refineries up and running in a moment as the Flak Troopers coming out. Multi-gunner turrets chewing away at these buildings. They haven't actually knocked them down yet, as the Flak Troopers now have 3 multi-gunner turrets to deal with. A sort of trifecta of multi-gunner attacks coming towards those Flak Troopers, and the Vindicators coming back in to swing things into the Allied favor, drop their bombs, clean up those flaks, and make sure that the multi-gunner turret can get the guaranteed kill there. Twin Blades show up. They're going to kill off a power plant there, but the Vindicators finally drop their bombs, try to escape off to the south side. 1 Vindicator will end up paying the price. Another cuts the corner too close and goes down. Those Bullfrogs going heroic, one of them fully heroic, the other 2 ranking up very soon, I would imagine, because they have killed a lot of Vindicators over the course of this game. Andri nearly running out of steam, but he's not done yet. OP Shizhao, he may be up 2-0 in this series, but if OP Shizhao isn't careful, then he is going to be losing a bit of his lead. Twin Blades move in. They will be able to burst down that multi-gunner turret. No repair, though, so every shot that lands on one of these units basically does permanent damage. Never mind, Crusher Crane is back up and running out there on the water, but this is going to be 2 Harvesters getting shut down if these Cryocopters can make it happen. Bullfrog donating away himself. 1 Bullfrog down, a second one nearly in range to die. He is in range, but he just doesn't end up going down because of the body block and the super reactor. No one has been around to save that super reactor, so it's losing more and more health every second that goes by. Another multi-gunner turret gets deployed, and at least one of these twin blades will die. No, they all survive. The damage gets spread across 2 twin blades, but now the super reactor has lit up the night, and Andre has done that big chunk of damage that he's been looking to do. He knocked down 1 refinery, he knocked down a harvester, but now he's taken out the war factory and the super reactor and the crane. And one by one, he's adding more and more things into the list. The GG comes out. OP Shizhao is not going to fight it out to the bitter end. He's going to tap out and recognize that Andre got the better of him this time. And welcome to Battle Base Beta for game number 5. Yes, you have apparently heard that correctly. I guess game 4, I don't know what happened, but in the replay pack, there was no game number 4. We go from 3 to 5, so who knows what happened to these 2 players in the north playing the orange. This is OP Shizhao. Is he up another point, or is this guy down here up another point? Who knows? In the south, this is Andre. So assuming that these replays were not mislabeled, but indeed there is a game number 4 that was missing, you know, who knows what could have happened in that game. Obviously, one of these players won and one of these players lost, unless they had like an epic tie somehow, which is very, very, very uncommon in Command & Conquer games in general. It can happen under very rare circumstances. It's almost impossible in Red Alert 3, but you know, it is technically possible. And here we go, Andre going for the airfield, but he did go for the barracks first. He does get his own oil derrick under his control. And once again, OP Shizhao, playing random, ends up as Empire here in this game. So we have not yet seen the random allied mirror. Maybe that was the one that we missed, and we just don't get to see that glorious mirrored matchup. But again, Tengu's coming out from OP Shizhao. Andre goes to the low ground, looking for that 3rd refinery on the water. Oil derrick under a little bit of pressure here from OP Shizhao. He'll have those Imperial Warriors, and the Apollo going to take a little damage from those Tengus. Oil derrick going down. Didn't even make it to the 2.5 minute mark, but there's lots of walls nicely set up, so these Imperial Warriors can't do anything unless they can make it around this. If that's a gap, which it may or may not be, there are places that are non-traversable in the game, but they don't look non-traversable. They look like you could fit a unit through there, and you just can't. Tengu's out on the map in pretty good numbers for OP Shizhao. He's also got a decent number of Imperial Warriors. Would be nice if he took a couple of these other buildings just for the map vision. But, you know, obviously not essential. OP Shizhao is going to have to deal with double airfield, which, if you go with a lot of Apollos, it can make those Tengu fights quite difficult, as we saw in that game with, like, Green Alert versus, I think, Classic Noob, where Green Alert thought, I have the Tengu advantage, I'm going to be able to take on those Apollos, but that was 2 or 3 airfields worth of Apollos at the end of the day. And it did not end well for the Empire player. In this case, Apollos are not in high enough numbers to actually trade efficiently versus these Tengus, although reinforcements coming in all the time for the Apollos, so actually maybe they are in good enough numbers to trade versus those Tengus. That start of the fight did not look good for the Allied player, but with those reinforcements coming in, it turned out pretty good for the Allied player. And a 4th refinery into a little, like, pocket setup. You got the 3rd refinery there in the middle of the pocket in the corner, and then the other 2 refineries make up the other edges. Apollo's going to be hunting down another Tengu. It looks like it crashed down onto the ground, or maybe the Vindicator is the one who actually got the kill, and the Apollos were just there to guarantee the kill. Apollo's trying to chase this Tengu, You can catch a Tengu. We'll see if the transform has timed out. Yes, it has. Oh, that timing's so incredibly close. And is he going to force the Vindicator to come out? Yes, he is. And the Vindicator is going to get the kill. Basically off the map there as the Tengus come forward. Tengu's actually going to target down that Vindicator. Now it doesn't feel so worth to get the kill on that Tengu in the corner when a Vindicator dies back at home. Apollos are here. They're in good enough numbers. But now we're -1 Vindicator to deal with these Tengus on the ground. And this is 3 different Harvesters being harassed at the same time. There's no Cryocopters to go for the Shrink. So to allow these Harvesters to defend themselves, it's just down to the Vindicators looking to bomb out these Tengus. This does give quite a bit of space and quite a bit of time for OP Shizhao to do whatever he wants. In this case, he's going to be taking that 3rd refinery location, and even though it is 4 Harvesters versus 2, with the oil derrick advantage that OP Shizhao has, and with no working Harvesters for the current moment for Andre, it does not feel like it's a very even game, all things considered. But Andre, now that he's got his Harvesters back online, he will be able to get his eco stabilized and resume his economic advantage versus his opponent. Harvester harass is good, but, you know, if you clean out the Harvesters, or if you clean out the harassment, then you've just got the Harvesters left over, and that's even better. OP Shizhao moving forward. Vindicators sliding around. MCV looking for the place to deploy. And okay, the Vindicators are just going to clean out the oil derrick. And there we go. You got an extra, like, 2.5, 3.5 minutes for OP Shizhao to get money from that oil derrick. MCV not going to be able to find an easy place to rest. I'm not sure what the deal is with this Empire MCV, but he is bringing it across the map. We'll see if anything like Cryocopters can make their way out to disrupt this kind of an attack that is coming across the map. This is VX's, Tengu's, and an MCV from the Empire player. As the Tengus pull forward, they get chased away by that multi-gunner turret. And the IFV... oh, so close to getting the kill, but he won't actually kill off that Tengu. It's going to be up to the Vindicator to do the actual damage, or maybe one of these Apollos can get the kill. But this does take the air units so far out of position just to kill off one of these Tengus. He moves the Apollos even closer into position. You can tell that he's had units escape away from him before. So Andre makes sure that he gets the kill on that Tengu. Ore refinery going to be relatively safe for the current moment. That could have been a disaster if the Vindicators would have been in a position to jump on that refinery while the Apollos were distracting the other units, but the refinery deploys safely. Nicely done there as the cryo shot fires off on the front line. The barracks is, I think, going to be safe. We'll see if the walls are able to save it. Nope, not able to save it, as it does get cracked there. And the Guardian tanks and the IFVs just hanging out, waiting for those walls to be brought down. Harvester harass will continue until morale improves. And I would expect to see Cryocopters be making their way out onto the field for Andre. But for the current moment, he is just rolling with these War Factory units. Okay, as I say that, he sells off his War Factory, which is a curious choice indeed, but he does not want any land vehicles. Maybe he goes Naval Yard. Okay, yeah. It's going to be Assault Destroyers, we can assume. Maybe he also mixes a couple of Riptides in, but that will sort of be it for the IFVs. So that ground-based anti-air is all down to the Javelins from here on out. Apollos coming through for the scout. Andre sends those Apollos across the map. Ooh, that's not good. One down. AOP Shizhao catches 2 Apollos as they try to return to base. Not able to make it all the way home. Guardian tanks pressing forward. Tank Buster trying to melt through that Peacekeeper's armor from the high ground. Point defense drones. Does he have it all ready to go? It looks like he is packing the units in pretty tight. Could have maybe also got that tsunami tank in there, but that's okay. He can miss, I guess, one unit there. As Black Hole Armor now out on the field. Both players happy to get up to their 4th refinery and just cool down a little bit. Some attempts at aggression throughout this game, but they haven't quite worked out very well for either player. Some definite harassment from OP Zhao. Andri losing some harvesters, having to switch up his defense, but not a lot of harassment on the OP Zhao side of the map. Andri, on the other hand, he has built up quite a significant army, although again, a decent amount of that army value is just Apollos. It is also in Vindicators, so 3 Vindicators, once they drop their bombs, then that's 3,600 worth of the army value that just is no longer fighting. We'll see if the VXs can cause a similar problem for the army value counter of OP Zhao, because obviously, if they're on the ground, they're not a threat to any of this stuff that's on the ground. Javelins are going to try and break down that building. At the same time, Apollo's going to be fighting it out with these Tengus. The Tengus do have good enough numbers. They're going to be swinging back around as the VXs target down this airfield. The Apollo's trading pretty well, but 2 of these Tengus aren't actually getting in on the fight as Andri moves forward onto the front line. At the same time, he's losing a fight on the back line. Dolphins diving in on the northern expansion, and the Peacekeepers need to actually break down these tank busters because those shotguns make great crowd control tools as OP Zhao looks for other targets to try and take down with his VXs. They'll come back through. They can deal with 1 or 2 of these IFVs when they've got the point defense drones. Maybe they can't deal with the Javelin Soldier, but they can deal with the rest as this MCV is dangerously close to getting eliminated. These Peacekeepers doing massive damage, and that's a dead MCV as Andri finds some critical damage against the Empire player. Tengu continuing the harass. Dolphin got the kill on the other side. It's mass chaos in the last minute for both of these players as they strike deep into the enemy's territory, and they themselves are unable to defend. Both players dealing massive damage to the other one, and the fighting just doesn't stop as that IFV went heroic, and another Vindicator ends up going down. Vindicators getting caught, trying to return to base, trying to be safe, trying to refuel and rearm, but it just won't happen when they get sent to an early grave. Tsunami tanks moving forward. OP Zhao looking to somehow survive this game without his MCV. If he wants to ever reapply those point defense drones, if he ever wants to get up to tier 3, he's going to need to build up that MCV. Tsunami tanks pressing forward will be able to target down this harvester. Another harvester taken offline for the allied player. An assault destroyer moving in, but of course with black hole armor it can't last forever. Eventually the tsunami tanks would win out that fight. Yari mini subs. Okay, MCV got rebuilt at the naval yard, so that is $5 grand down the drain. Vindicator happy to trade his life, gets the harvester, gets the refinery. Both targets killed off by that one Vindicator. So a good trade there for the allied player. But the MCV is back up and running, and that's not necessarily something that Andri will realize right away. Andri is also quite vulnerable to these Yari mini-sub attacks. A couple of Yari mini-subs, as long as they fire off their missiles, their torpedoes rather, they should be able to knock down the power plant and the ore refinery, or they can just sacrifice themselves from the beginning, and they might just get the ore refinery. Has like 75% HP, so it might survive. Harvester will end up being targeted here. Assault destroyer showing up. The black hole armor will now suck away those torpedoes. No, he only sucked away one of them. So the other one was able to impact that harvester. And now the assault destroyer completely abandons that section of the map. Andri had his foot on the gas for a couple of minutes, it felt like. But now he has let up, and OP Zhao has found an angle back into this game. The naval yard being attacked directly, and there is also a power plant that can be eliminated. the refinery coming back up to the high ground. OP Shizhao does want to get himself a full 5 refineries, the absolute maximum eco on this particular game. And Andri is just giving up the water. He says, you know what, I actually don't like water. It's too wet, it's too blue, it's too hard to see my units on the water. I'm going for the land, which is definitely not blue here on this map where it is quite blue. MCV back up and running. 5 refineries online for OP Shizhao. Hydrofoil goes down to the Yari mini-subs. Is that guy? Yeah, he is heroic, and they still got one more target that they can knock down if they realize that that power plant is there. Feels like OP Shizhao has just bought so much time. This is a very powerful allied army. It can do an absolute ton, and the utility of the Black Hole Armor, the utility of the Cryocopter can both absolutely change the face of a fight. This is a decent amount of stuff on the Empire side of the map as well. It is good for Andri that OP Shizhao is in low power mode. He has to spend extra cash building back that power plant, and until that power plant finishes up, he is in slow power mode. He has slowed down his production, but it just doesn't feel like Andri has that much unless he handles the fight perfectly. Emperor's Rage is on these units. They're going to try and fight with these Apollos. One Apollo goes down. IFV getting some big damage done. Point defense drones providing a lot of cover for these Tengus. They're going to fight the Apollos over top, but with the Emperor's Rage and the point defense drones, they find the win versus the Apollos, and the Cryocopters get their wings clipped. The Tsunamis charge forward, and OP Shizhao is chasing away this allied army. Assault Destroyers not going for the crush, not trying to shut down those tanks, and now with the Black Hole Armor gone, they just get shredded. The firepower is too much. The multi-gunner turret won't be able to stop the onslaught as the Cryogeddon will fire off, but it only forces the tank busters back. They're not needed to melt through this front line, as the multi-gunner turrets are all that remains on the Allied side. The Assault Destroyers are gone. The Vindicators have been whittled down, and Andri, facing the end of the game, gets another Cryocopter out. We'll be able to move in for a shrink and maybe a freeze, but there's so many more targets following up behind this. Another airfield getting eliminated. The barracks on the front line gets deployed, doesn't even get the kill on that Tsunami tank. He thaws out, and now they're on to the next target. The MCV getting blasted. OP Shizhao looking to return the favor as Andri knocked down OP Shizhao's MCV earlier in the game, and now Andri will fall. OP Shizhao picks up a 3rd win in this series. The series continues here on Liberation Freeze. In the north, playing the blue, his life is on the line. This is Andri. And in the south, playing the purple, also playing allies. This is OP Shizhao. The randomness has given us an allied mirror matchup here, which again, maybe also game number 4 was an allied mirror matchup, and we just didn't get to see that one. But Andri did win that game, so OP Shizhao, we've seen him win 3 games in a row. Well, not in a row. We've seen him win 2 games in a row, and now also a 3rd game. So he is now on match point, 1 win away from moving on to qualify for the top 4 of Gathering Storm. However, Andri, he's only 2 wins away, and he's already got 2 wins. So he just needs to do that again, and it needs to start here on Liberation Freeze. He is out of options in this series. Going for that naval yard, going for that Riptide play. And look at that. As mirrored can be. These guys actually aren't a complete mirror. But, you know, they're both going for naval yards. I assume both going for Riptides. So we will have a little bit of mirroring going on in those general strategies. But it does look like more units out on the field for Andri. I think more infantry out on the field, or maybe more javelin soldiers in particular. Either way, he's found himself with a little bit more cash spent on his army. Riptides moving their way down to the southern half of the map. MCV moving up to the high ground for OP Shizhao. So he is looking to take that as his potential expansion location. And the Riptides are going to be moving forward for both players, kind of meeting here in the middle of the map. And OP Shizhao is going to see that MCV placed very far forward, and it doesn't look like he's trying to take this expansion here. It does look like he is going for a base push. It is looking like he is going for maximum turret value here, which means an airfield would be an amazing tool for Andri or OP Shizhao to have. Andri's not going to have it because his MCV has been packed up, running its way forward for quite some time, and instead, it's going to be a third refinery for OP Shizhao, so he can afford to lose a refinery on the front line, and he will still be able to match the economy of his opponent. But of course, it's going to be up to the Riptides. It's going to be up to the Javelin Soldiers as well, because the laser lock on the Javelin Soldiers can do so much damage to shut down a player. And if the wrong Riptide goes down, a Riptide that's loaded up with a bunch of Javelin Soldiers, well, that might just be lights out for that player. Both players have the option of going multi-gunner turrets. They both have the potential in a minute or two to drop those cryo shots. And for now, it's going to be Andri pushing the front line forward, knocking down that first barracks, and it is going to be low power mode just briefly there for Andri. I'm not sure what he deployed somewhere. Oh, on the other side of the map, the attack, the sneak attack, causing some real problems for Andri, as he now has a knife in his back that he was not expecting to be there. He thought the knife was going to be coming through the armor on his chest as the Riptides get torn apart on the south. Andri, this is now do or die in an even bigger way, as he needs to make basically no mistakes, and he needs to absolutely crush everything that OP Shizhao has. It's low power mode again. Andri getting further and further away from victory, but if he can kill off this MCV, that might be enough to guarantee it. The MCV down below half HP, going to be getting pushed away from the front line, as there goes the multi-gunner turret. He is running for the hills. If he can deploy, he can get his own multi-gunner turret back online, but Andri has fewer and fewer options. At least he got the oil derrick. Maybe he can take one of these refineries if he can manage to upgrade his cash flow somehow. Riptide goes down on the side of OP Shizhao. OP Shizhao feels like he's playing with so much more space to give things away as the Harvester comes through the back door, through the wall, and gets the crush, gets the kill, and those Javelin Soldiers are running thin as they hop on out. They get a kill, and then they jump back inside, but another kill is answered back by OP Shizhao. The dog going to be getting taking a little bit of attention away there, but Andri hasn't quite deployed this additional refinery. I think he's gonna build an extra refinery somewhere. He built a refinery somewhere. He must have build radius back at home. It's back at home. That's the spot. Cryo shot fires off from one of these players. It does miss. Ooh, almost freezes that Riptide, but the Harvester does end up going down. It's 4 versus 3. The Javelin Soldier doesn't get a lot of damage. It's 3 versus 2, as Andri has many problems to deal with, and controlling his Riptides is not one of them, as he gets overwhelmed, outnumbered, and outgunned, and his frontline attack just falls to pieces. Andri deploys double barracks. He did manage to get his build radius back online, back at home, so he gets back up to 2 Harvesters, gets back up to those 2 working refineries, and of course OP Shizhao can rebuild that Harvester, and now he's on 3 Harvesters, which does give him a nice advantage. The oil derrick ticking away, working for Andri. Multi-gunner turret is here. MCV back up to full HP. Engineer probably jumping inside of there, and plus a fresh naval yard for the allied player. Peacekeepers going down, but the javelins were the far more expensive target there as Andrew pushes forward with his MCV. It's destruction derby time as he rolls over one of the Riptides, but he won't find any more. The Peacekeepers fighting against each other, but the multi-gunner turrets have no answer. The Riptides have no answer. Andrew has no answer as OP Shizhao will claim the 4th win in this series, will guarantee his spot in playoffs, and will advance on to the seeding match. And game 1 of a fresh best of 7 will take us to Battle Base Beta in the north, laying the Allies with the airfield first. This is Dutch Army. And in the south, swapping to Empire. This is Classic Noob, who we've seen do very well with allies, but now he is against the Dutch Army, and they have some kind of an agreement to not play mirror matchups, it seems. Gonna bomb out that oil derrick. Very nice move here by Dutch Army, just like what we saw with... Was it Classic? No, who was it? It was Other Dawn. Other Dawn, I believe, going for that. And I don't think he's going to build the Engineer. Like, this is so low on health. The Vindicators are so close that it does not make any sense to build an Engineer. There we go. And there's the sell-off. We'll just go for the Imperial Warrior to jump inside of that building. 3rd refinery, and Dutch Army will have seen this with the Apollo. He even comes back over. He gets a double scout of that refinery. He's going to be a little bit too slow to actually knock it down with the... It's actually going to be really close. This is going to be actually really close. This would be massive damage. Forces it to deploy early. A disaster class here for Classic Noob. He, the oil derrick goes down. Classic Noob doesn't get that. He can't even deploy this dojo to permanently block this refinery location. He's just going to absorb a round of bombing runs, and this is terrible for Classic Noob. So he does have 3 harvesters, but he will not be on 3 harvester refinery. And it's actually going to be a second airfield deployed by Dutch Army. He is going to find himself even more Vindicators to bomb out this game with, and he'll just go for the kill on the refinery. Then he backs off. Big delay to everything that Classic Noob wanted to do in this game. He wanted to have 3 refineries. Now he's only got 2. He wanted to have his tier 2, I guess. He's got that at a fine time, but his eco is just weak because of everything that's happened. Multi-gunner turret. Is he going to deploy a multi-gunner to knock down this dojo? The answer is no. He's going to clear it out with the Vindicators. Nicely done. The refinery can now take that place. But in the meantime, he got the airfield. He got the power plant onto the land. So he has spent his time, I don't know about wisely, but he's at least spent his time well. And now the MCP is moving up here to the high ground. And this harvester is just going on a journey. You either keep this harvester like in your main base set to gun mode in case, anything random shows up, or you just, are basically waiting for one of your other harvesters to die. In this case, Classic Noob decides to go on the offense and send his harvester somewhere else. Tengu's going to be hunting down these Vindicators. Vindicator will get the kill. And the Apollo will guard away from, will guard that Vindicator, keep it from dying as it heads back to base. 3rd refinery up and running for Dutch Army. Not quite yet for Classic Noob. And now that both of the oil derricks are gone, the refineries are the only way to make money in this game. Double airfield into a 4th refinery, it seems like, for Dutch Army into... I don't know, a war factory, naval yard. Maybe he goes triple airfield as that Apollo gets busted apart. Those VXs do manage to find a kill, but it's only 4 VXs and 4 Tengus. That just is not very many units. As this harvester moves into position up to the high ground, he will get the full scout. He sees the power plant, he sees the MCV location, and then he will absorb a round of bombs from those Vindicators. Of course, harvesters have to be fairly resistant to Vindicator bombing runs for balance reasons, so we'll end up getting killed off there. And there goes that harvester. Third refinery still not up and running for the Empire player. Unbelievably good timing there for Dutch Army. He spotted that refinery like as soon as it was built. He spotted it with the Apollo. He got the Vindicators ready. He sent them across the map. Perfect timing there to get to that location before the ore refinery did. I thought it was going to be a little bit late, and it turns out he was maybe even a little bit early. That first one being sent in before the others could arrive. Barracks gets deployed. Still no fourth refinery, so this MCV has been here for a little while. It's going to get out some assault destroyers. It's going to build the naval yard, and then eventually he'll get that fourth refinery. But for the current moment, he keeps scouting that third refinery location. He's like, all right, as long as you're not taking a third, I don't have to take my fourth immediately. Because, of course, Classic Noob is spending all of his cash, basically, building out his army. Instead of doing other things like building a third refinery much, much quicker, he has delayed his third refinery in order to get out a couple of more VXs and a couple of more Tengus. And now that we have point defense drones, they all have a little bit of extra health as well. Assault Destroyer could end up kind of getting trapped out here on the water. We'll see how well these VXs do. A couple of their shots are going to get pulled away by that Black Hole Armor, and now Hydrofoil is here. Black Hole Armor is about to expire. Tengu's moving into position to defend against the Apollos, but able to get their turret, and a Hydrofoil joining forces to try and shut down these VXs. Tengus are going to have to deal with the Vindicators as soon as they get off the deck. 3 Vindicators, 4 Tengus are still in the sky, and Dutch Army needs to clear these skies because that Hydrofoil has its work cut out for him. Black Hole Armor doing absolute wonders here as the VXs go down. The Vindicators all safe. The Tengus get shredded, and Dutch Army gets the win in that fight. Really well handled attack there. Dutch Army's defense came in clutch. It looked like he was about to fumble that play. I thought Classic Noob was about to do just huge damage to Dutch Army, but Dutch Army pulled that out perfectly. And he does it all off of those 3 refineries. Vindicators going to be not even needed here as the Apollos and the Tengus fight it out. Hydrofoils making it a win for the Apollos. If the Tengus stay over top, they will go down. 4th refinery finally up and running for Dutch Army. He can maintain that economic edge that he's had for just about the whole game. Classic Noob had the advantage with the oil derrick for a little while, but overall, Dutch Army has had the better eco position with all of the difficulties that have happened over the course of this game. Cryo Shot comes in, freezes down that barracks. Apollo's just given away here, one of them at least. The other one very low on health, may end up taking a couple of straight shots from these units. Vindicators come in, cleaning out some of these VXs and Tengus. Black Hole Armor going to be making it a difficult fight, but the slice comes through from those Imperial Warriors. That Bonsai charge allowed that one Imperial Warrior to cut down some Javelin soldiers, and this VX moving forward will be able to get the kill on that Assault Destroyer, so nicely done there by Classic Noob. He turns away the army of Dutch Army at the front door, gives away a VX, though, at the end of that fight. The Apollos get a kill, and another Javelin soldier going to be going down. Vindicators with big bombing runs will clear the ground a little bit, clean up those Empire units, and Dutch Army crushing his own walls, curiously there. I thought there was going to be some kind of a unit that Assault Destroyer was fighting, but I guess he's getting back up to the front line. He's getting back into the fight. As the Vindicators have refueled, rearmed, they're back up and running. The Bonsai charge clearing out so many Javelins. There's like 8 Javelin soldiers that have basically died there to the Bonsai charge of the Imperial Warrior. That swords slicing through those Javelins. Apollos moving into position. Tengus should be able to fight these Apollos since they engaged 2 of them a little bit early. But now what's on the ground? It's a lot of Black Hole Armor. It's a lot of assault destroyers coming in for the allied player. And once upon a time, Classic Noob might have had the army value to be able to deal with this kind of an attack. But right now, I don't think Classic Noob can do very much to hold this off. Assault Destroyer going to be able to start targeting down this refinery. Apollos move into position. Tengu's keeping them away for now. But there's the GG as Dutch Army claims the first win of the series. Mars Landing is back on the menu as the battleground for this game number 2. In the north, playing the Empire, this is Classic Noob. Is he feeling the pressure from the red allies in the south? Going airfield first, it's Dutch Army. Dutchy boy going for that airfield first 2 games in a row. Gets the scout all the way across the map with that first Apollo. And then the bomb drop on the dojo core nice and early. Of course, we have seen the bombing of your own oil derrick defensively. We'll see if Dutch Army decides to go for that tactic. Doesn't seem like that's what he wants to do this time around. Imperial warriors moving in, but of course, Dutch Army has crossed his T's and dotted his I's, so everything is walled in tight, snug as a bug in a rug. And there's no gaps for Imperial warriors to sneak on through. Third refinery could be very quickly onto the field. Ooh, Classic Noob is a little bit concerned. He doesn't necessarily think it's a full-on eco play from the allied player. He thinks it might be a fake out into a tier 2 and cryocopters. And if not, well, turns out that Defender Corps is actually pretty useful as the game goes on. Having that constant anti-air defense on your side of the map can be a very useful thing indeed. Tengu's transform, and they're here on this front line. Once again, the dojo gets knocked down. The oil derrick remains safe for now. One Tengu gets cleaned up. The Apollo will go down onto the ground, so kept safe by those walls. More walls potentially coming up here for the allied player. Wait a second. How did that... He must have... How did he... He's got no walls on the backside. Maybe he's going to plant a power plant there. He's going to fill in those gaps in a moment. But either way, the wall segment's coming up. Okay, so that's his plan there with that second airfield on the low ground. And we are not straight into tier 2 for our Empire player. He is indeed going to the low ground. Classic Noob. I feel like he should be going tier 2. He should either have more Tengus out or he should be going tier 2. But we'll see if this is an upgrade or a unit. There we go. He's finally got that online, and there is going to be the walls around that airfield. War Factory, fully upgraded. Oil derrick, fully captured. Tengus, no point defense drones yet. Still got about a minute and a half to go. There's going to be the sell-off of that Defender. He's got the VXs, he's got the Tengus, so he feels safe calling that one off. Vindicator should end up going down there. One Vindicator down, the others are going to drop their bombs, take a lot of damage, still ends up falling. Dutch Army losing some heavy hitters in that fight, but taking down an equal number on the other side. I think Dutch Army came out ahead because I think he killed off 2 VXs and a Tengu versus just losing 2 of his own. We might actually be able to see it here. Okay, no. That does not help tremendously, as Dutch Army does have the advantage there. At any rate, he did not lose as much as he killed in that fight, so he might lose the next one. But that first fight was pretty good for Dutch Army. It kind of came out either equal or slightly ahead. Tengu's looking for the angle. Still no third refinery from our Empire player just yet. Apollo going to chase away. Ooh. Do we have a little bit of a delay here on this harvester? If so, that could be a big, big problem. VX is getting trapped. This is turning into a disaster for Classic Noob, and that's going to be the 2-0. That's going to be the GG from the Empire player. I think there might have been several things going wrong for Classic Noob in that game. We're done fooling around. We're done playing. This is the serious time now. As on the left, rocking the red, it's Dutch Army. And on the right, now playing Allies. This is Classic Noob. He tried it out with Empire. It didn't work 2 games in a row, and so he switches it up to play Allies here in game number 3. Dutch Army will have lots of experience playing Allied mirrors over the years. Of course, there was a time when, by the numbers, Allied players were overrepresented in competitive events, even if Demon and DDF, and even Zugspitze to some extent, kept the events statistically from always being won by an Allied player. But there would often be times where the top 4, the top 6, the top 8 of the tournament would be like 1 Soviet, 1 Empire, and 6 Allied players. And then it just happened that the best player on the day wasn't one of the Allied players, but they will have lots of experience playing Allied mirrors versus each other. And of course, these days, it is, even in this tournament, it is not uncommon at all to see players swapping out their factions. Classic Noob in the first couple of games of this series, Dutch Army in previous series, Green Alert in previous series, so it's not uncommon to see players swap out their factions as they see fit. And of course, this is Gathering Storm, the qualifier, so a huge thanks to Media Storm and to Tim over at Media Storm for supporting Red Alert 3 and for supporting this event. And Dog goes down there. Big thanks to Tim for providing the prize pool for the Gathering Storm event. And we've got some 1.12.8 show matches coming up as well relatively soon. I think they'll come in between the end of qualifiers and the beginning of playoffs, or we'll do them at the very end after playoffs wrap up. Either way, we got even more action between the 1.12.8 show matches and this tournament. The qualifiers, the playoffs, everything is looking good here in Red Alert 3 with tons and tons of action in the first half of 2026. Javelin soldiers moving forward. A little bit of a handshake on a macro game from both players. Not super greedy from Dutch Army, as he just went for that 3rd refinery, but it's going to be 4 refineries for Classic Noob as he gets that water expansion up and running. Meanwhile, on the high ground, it's Dutch Army who's pushing forward. The Javs are ready to fight. Walls will delay any big swings taken, and Dutch Army now has, with its Tier 2, an assault destroyer out on the map. Is going to be looking to put some hurt on in multiple locations. We'll see how Classic Noob is able to duel with this now that he is playing his classic Allies versus Allies. Vindicator going to be taking a couple of shots, or dropping a couple of bombs there on that assault destroyer. Second assault destroyer out on the field, so Dutch Army has many tools at his disposal. He can try and turret push, he can move forward with his infantry, or he can just use these assault destroyers to try and win out the day. Multi-gunner turret going to be doing some bonus damage to this assault destroyer. Harvester will eventually go down. 3rd shot will line up. No, he actually gets the deploy before the 3rd shot lands, and so 1 harvester goes down here in the main base. But over at the water, that harvester actually survived in the form of a command hub. So one of those command hubs can be sold off, get a little bit of cash back, and the other one can provide some kind of build radius. Assault Destroyer continuing to wreak havoc in the main base of Classic Noob, and Dutch Army will slowly but surely break down this expansion unless Classic Noob can actually get out there and defend it. In the current case, Dutch Army decides to defend, or Classic Noob decides to instead defend his own main base. Triple hydrofoil means that if the Vindicators move out onto the water, they are going to not all return home. So the Riptide may end up getting killed off by those Vindicators, but you have to ask yourself, how many Vindicators do you want to trade for that kill? Vindicators moving in, they're going to go for the power plant, get a guaranteed kill there. That is going to be low power mode for the Dutchman, but will that really matter when he's killed off a couple of harvesters, forced them to deploy into command hubs, killed off this harvester, forced it off the line, and been happy to cause some chaos in Classic Noob's base. Is Dutch Army going to be that sad about losing a power plant? Probably not. It will delay anything else by a few moments. Hydrofoils in position. Vindicators not wanting to commit into the attack. The Hydrofoils keeping the Riptides safe. And yeah, Dutch Army should just finish clearing out this section of the base. Maybe even get this power plant if he can, just to give him an even stronger position in this game. And now that he's got those 4 refineries up and running, he might need another airfield. We'll see if he's able to deal with these cryocopters. Vindicators moving in, but this is a lot of javelin soldiers spread out pretty far. Vindicators do manage to escape, and the harvester will go down. Cryocopter manages to escape. All units make it back home safe and sound for Classic Noob. Dutch Army, on the other side, does manage to knock down the refinery, keeps his Riptides safe for now. But there's going to be we're going to need some more anti-air from Dutch Army if he can deal with these cryocopters and these Vindicators of the allied player, the orange allied player, that is. Vindicator's going to be taking dropping a couple of bombs here, cleaning out one of the Riptides, doing some damage to another one. Hydrofoil gets shrunken down, will skate around down to the south side of the map really, really fast as he moves into that position. Riptides doing a bit of damage. Dolphins trying to escape along the northern side of the map, and this Vindicator will finally get the kill on that Riptide. Hydrofoils moving in. Cryocopters going to be getting shut down. A nice kill there by Dutch Army. Will manage to kill off Classic Noob's Cryo, and Hydrofoils not able to save those Riptides. The Dolphins don't care about the Hydrofoils, and they do manage to get at least one kill. Riptide's now going to be turning their guns on those Dolphins. And the Hydrofoils, two of them may end up going down here, traded back for those Dolphins. Vindicators moving in. Riptides will go down. No, the Riptide survives, but the Hydrofoil dies as the Apollos trade against each other, firing rounds in every direction. And Dutch Army is managed to keep the economy of Classic Noob a little bit suppressed. It feels like he is winning out the army fights by a slim margin. So together, those two advantages may work into a snowball that eventually rolls too big for Classic Noob to catch. But at the current moment, Classic Noob is doing okay on the air side of things. With the help of his cryocopter, he can do lots of damage. It feels like Dutch Army should be further ahead than he actually is, but that is how it works out sometime. Is that a delayed explosion? Oh, cryocopter. It might end up getting caught out, but no, the Apollos of Classic Noob keep the cryocopter and the Vindicators safe. Well, not entirely safe. One of the Vindicators did go down, and it was a heroic Vindicator at that. And that's where Red Alert 3 just crashed. So we're back into the game. But I guess for you guys, it was a momentary blip. I have no idea what I was talking about at that moment. Dolphins coming in. Does feel like it's been quite a good back and forth for the first 8.5, 9 minutes from these two players. I feel like Classic Noob wasn't performing as well on Empire. I guess we'll see if he ends up losing this game. Then what does it matter one way or the other? Vindicators coming in, trying to clear out some of these Riptides, trying to make way for the bombs to drop on the refinery. Cryoshot going to be coming in as well. On top of that multi-gunner turret right as it spawns in. And the Dolphins miss the timing of killing off that Riptide by just a moment. And now the Cryocopters of Classic Noob can cause a lot of problems for Dutch Army. An additional Riptide going down. Hero Dolphin barely alive, like one auto attack away from getting shot down, or one torpedo away from getting annihilated, and yet that Dolphin survives. Ooh, I like the 3 javelins packed along in that building, but after all of these losses, Dutch Army might need them somewhere else, not passively sitting back for defense, but used a little bit more actively. Classic Noob putting together a good couple of minutes of attacks there, managing to shut down the water expansion of Dutch Army. Will end up losing that Dolphin. No jump to save it from Classic Noob, unfortunately for the Classic guy. Apollo's going down on both sides. Javelin soldiers are going to make it a win for Dutch Army if that fight continues. Cryoblast going to be firing off. Multi-gunner turret will end up going down. And there we go. It does finally fall. The attacks come in. A multi-gunner turret gets clobbered. And there's going to be the Cryocopter, the return of the favor. At the same time, Classic Noob getting close to being able to expand out onto the water once again. But in this case, Dutch Army is trying to return the favor of freezing down his opponent's Harvester and Refinery to kill it off. Apollos, can they die over top of that? No, they can't. The Harvester is safe for now. Will it actually thaw out, or is there a Vindicator somewhere to actually get the kill? The Apollos have cleared out, but the Harvester is thawed out enough. Back online. Good for that Harvester, able to survive at least for the moment. Might end up getting frozen back down another time, but for the current moment, the Harvester is safe. More walls going to be coming up here for Classic Noob. We'll be able to buy more time against the infantry army of Dutch Army. Uh-oh. Some trouble might be brewing as Dutch Army brings his MCV to the front line, down around onto the water, and now is ready for an invasion into Classic Noob's territory. Double airfield on the high ground for Classic Noob, so he is relatively safe for the current moment, and with that barracks being deployed, he knows what is going on. He knows what his opponent is up to. Once again, the infantry being held back by the walls at the front line. Hydrofoil out here, though. Dutch Army is going to be losing his Cryocopter, and that Assault Destroyer is now free to move. This is way too many Apollos for Dutch Army to fight, even with the multi-gunner turret there. It's not going to be an easy victory. Apollos all make it back home, taking a couple of strays from those Javelins, but it's not enough to knock any of them down. Assault Destroyer ready to move in. We'll absorb a couple of more bombs from those Vindicators, and the Harvester going to be under threat in a few moments. Fresh walls coming up. Barracks hasn't been rebuilt just yet, but there's going to be the replaced barracks, and the Harvester is offline, but still alive in the middle of the map. It's the infantry still trying to break down the walls, and whatever got deployed there, a multi-gunner turret ends up going down. Cryocopter goes for a little bit of a freeze on that Javelin soldier, and the Assault Destroyer will eventually get the kill. Cryogeddon unleashed onto the middle of the map. The Riptide gets ripped apart, and the Peacekeepers are not able to hold their own, but a couple around the side finding big damage here as those Javelin soldiers get shut down. The bark comes off. The dog gets his job done, and this hero Peacekeeper not going to be able to do as much as he would have liked. The MCV is brought to the front line. The Cryocopters get the crush, but the Javelin soldier gets the kill on the low ground. Dutch Army takes some damage on the front line, but he finds his own way forward by blowing up his opponent's refinery. Classic Noob got a kill with this Assault Destroyer, but he didn't kill off the whole darn refinery like his opponent has. He might go for the other Harvester, though, and both players have a little pocket on the high ground that is safe for now. No Vindicators left, it seems like, to bomb out this Assault Destroyer one last time. Is this going to turn into the weirdest base race, like, of all time as these Peacekeepers come forward? Dog gets shut down. Bark comes off from beyond the grave, and a Jav and a Peacekeeper will pay the price for it. There's the refinery as Dutch Army starts taking over the main base of Classic Noob. This is what I was wondering if it was going to happen. Classic Noob may actually need to run for the hills, move his MCV from the high ground somewhere else, because Dutch Army is taking over his main base. Power plants be targeted, Harvester dead or offline, and the build radius has been denied. Laser lock coming in, MCV moving into position. Both players going to be doing massive damage to each other's main base. This Peacekeeper could do massive damage to these Javelin soldiers. Cryocopter brings the Shrink in. Cryocopter takes a lot of damage. Peacekeeper moves up to the front line, defending for Classic Noob. That's a fully heroic Javelin Soldier and a double Vet Javelin as well. That's only a Cryo Blast. He doesn't have the Cryogeddon unlocked, it seems, as this MCV is still shrunk down. Just a little guy gets shrunk again, and with nowhere to back up, these infantry end up getting trapped against the wall. GG comes out. Dutch Army will tap out of Infinity Island. Classic Noob puts a point on the board. Change your faction, change your whole life. That seems to be the philosophy of the player in the north. The orange rocking the Allies 2 games in a row. This is Classic Noob. Meanwhile, in the south, playing the red. He wins with Allies. Can he do it now versus Allies? It's Dutch Army. He can beat Classic Noob's Empire, but can he beat Classic Noob's Allies? Because right now, he can't. We'll see how it ends up working out in the long run. Ooh, War Factory first. What a freak over there on the Classic Noob side. That's a freaky opener. That is not something that you expect to see, but here we have in Allies versus Allies, a lovely War Factory opener from both players. The Allied mirror matchup brings out the War Factory for both players here, as they got some Peacekeepers loaded up inside. There are a couple of freaks in this game, a couple of little freaky boys playing with their War Factory openers, and what? Double. He's going Guardian tanks as well? What is this build from Dutch Army? I don't know the last time that we saw a Guardian tank rush in Red Alert 3. Certainly not in a tournament in an unbelievably long time. Like, I don't know, maybe once in the last 5 years, something like that. But here we go. If this works, this is going to be absolutely amazing to see. Wall's going to be coming up. MCV is positioned fairly far forward, but that's 2 Guardian tanks that have been spotted out in the middle of the map, and now the IFVs have also been spotted. Wall's coming in, but it's not a full break, or it's not a full wall off. There's a little bit of a gap there, a little bit of a break on one side. Peacekeepers going to be trying to push their way into this building, clear out the Peacekeepers of Classic Noob. 1 Guardian tank goes down right there in the start of the fight. Rear armor taking massive damage on the 2nd Guardian tank, and now of course, Classic Noob had a choice to make. He went for the airfield, and he won't keep his MCV around any longer on the front line. The building has been broken. Dutch Army's front line has pushed back Classic Noob. MCV is still there. He packed up that MCV. He is maybe going for his own 3rd refinery location, but for the current moment, he is happy to have delayed his opponent by a little bit here. Refinery now going to be coming up in, I think, a few moments for Classic Noob, and it's just now starting for Dutch Army. So I don't know, is this actually a good build or not? Sometimes it's hard to tell, because I wouldn't think Guardian Tank Rush is a good build, but maybe Dutch Army can make it work. 1 Vindicator will certainly go down. A 2nd Vindicator is going to take some damage, but not enough to actually be eliminated. And now the 3rd refinery will be not even started. Dutch Army is not really going for a 3rd refinery at all. He moved his MCV over into that position, but he hasn't actually started constructing it. So maybe he's hoping that Classic Noob has overspent on eco, overspent on infrastructure, and doesn't have an army to back it up. 3 IFVs on the front line. Multi-gunner turret deployed for Classic Noob. Down to half HP before the fight even starts. IFVs moving in. Another Vindicator going down, but the other 2 manage to escape for now. There's 3 Vindicators on the deck as the Guardian tanks pushing forward. All of the IFVs of Classic Noob have gone down, and now the Vindicators of Dutch Army are going to try and fight this one out. It feels like Dutch Army is just running out of steam. Vindicators are just too powerful. They're just too useful. They have too much versatility in this situation, and the Allied ground looks like it is losing out wholly to the Allied air. War Factory ended up being sold off as well, so Classic Noob got an extra $1,000 out of selling off that War Factory after building a couple of IFVs. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dutch Army, he spent the extra $1,500 getting the tier 2. He has kept his war factory around, and he doesn't have an airfield yet. Vindicators swing out onto the map, looking to put some pressure out, maybe looking to bomb out a power plant, an oil derrick, drop their bombs on a couple of IFVs. As the IFVs get clobbered, one Vindicator goes down. An okay trade for both players. Classic Noob wins out in the strictly dollar sense, and Dutch Army does get at least one kill, but he was really looking to get 2 Vindicator kills, not just the one. At least he trades back with the one, but you can't do that forever because the Vindicators just heal back up to full. It's not like they're taking permanent chip damage, where the next time you're definitely going to get 2. Walls coming up. Javelins will be denied their laser locking ways. Vindicators swinging away. Repair tool going to be used on that oil derrick. Peacekeepers could be brought up to try and deal with these javelins inside of the building. It looks like the oil derrick's days are numbered. Only a couple more ticks of that dollar to come out of the oil derrick. There we go. And the last one was there. It's a sneaky 4th expansion coming out from Classic Noob. It looks like it is. He could also try and go for this low ground expansion, or maybe be really sneaky and try to take this one over there since he's expanding to the water as well. But what a weird opening here on Deep Sea. We've kind of turned it into a normal game here at the almost 7-minute mark. Vindicator's going to be able to drop their bombs, get the kill on that power plant, and swing back through. This is 1 dead Vindicator. Maybe 2. Classic Noob doing a lot of damage, but not able to kill off that second Vindicator. Very low on health. Dutch Army not able to kill Classic Noob's Vindicator. So Classic Noob gets the power plant. He's done this a couple of times where he bombs out the power plant, and I assume he's expecting the power plant to be sold. So he saves a couple of bombs. If it's sold, he could then drop those bombs somewhere else. But in both of the cases, it wasn't sold off, so they just bombed out the power plant very slightly slower than if they dropped their bombs all at once. So maybe that makes a difference, maybe it doesn't. Dutch Army, he's sort of stabilized on 3 refineries. He had that oil derrick for a little while. He is down about 3k in terms of total resources gathered. Not a lot, but, you know, not nothing when you're the guy who's also behind a whole refinery now. Oil derrick as well. Peacekeepers can hop out at any point, jump inside of this building in the main base. These IFVs can get to town on those walls. They're actually just going to be able to knock down this power plant, which was left exposed, and that does also expose that refinery that's behind it. This is a lot of Peacekeepers and a lot of Javelin soldiers. Dutch Army might end up getting trapped here and have to fight his way out. Nope, he goes down the ramp, and now is he going to be looking to... The Vindicators actually just... potentially we're crossing the middle of the map. Note, they're right there on the deck. They are waiting. Multi-gunner turret going to be getting shut down. Low power mode for just a moment there for Classic Noob because that power plant went down. Dutch Army posturing up there in the north. Javelin soldier giving some extra firepower to that multi-gunner turret, but the front line is being broken open. Dutch Army moves back in with his IFVs, looking to cause some havoc in the background of this base. Front line does pause. The multi-gunner turrets the multi-gunner IFVs once again going to be targeting down these power plants. It's not safe to return home for these Vindicators. IFVs of Classic Noob trying to push Dutch Army away, and Dutch will get the kill here. He should at least. He has a superior firepower, but he does have also repairs to worry about. Very good control from Classic Noob. Ends up losing a Vindicator, though. Bad control on the aircraft, but good control on the IFVs, and now the repair drones are gone. Cryo shot comes in. That's going to be a dead Harvester. Walls get broken open, and the Guardian tank turns around for Classic Noob to come back to deal with these IFVs. They might be infantry fighting vehicles, but they can be dead fighting vehicles as well. And the laser painter comes in. Okay, the second Guardian tank is going to be the one that actually does the damage as the Vindicators clear out that building, clear out the Peacekeepers inside, and Classic Noob clears out Dutch Army. but Dutch has gone tier 3. He's gone Athena Cannon, and he hasn't done anything about that expansion on the water just yet. Cryo Shot fires off into the middle of the low ground. It does delay the army by maybe a couple of extra seconds, but not much to write home about for Classic Noob. Aegis Shield gets popped, and that's going to be absorbing a couple of bombs from the Vindicators. Airfield has been rebuilt near the front line. Athena Cannon lands a laser. The Guardian tank nearly walks right back into it. Cryocopter comes in. Double Aegis Shield, double shrunken Athena Cannon, but the Aegis Shield is still able to absorb the damage from the incoming Vindicator bombs. Peacekeepers versus Peacekeepers. Guardian tanks looking for the crush. They're pushing forward. They're so low on health, and the Athena Cannon's running for their lives. Riptide is here to help hold down the fort, and that's going to be another Aegis Shield for this Athena Cannon, keeping those Riptides safe for now. Dutch Army's infantry get clobbered, and Classic Noob, he's barely pushing Dutch Army back. He gets the kill on the second Athena Cannon. The higher tech has not paid off for Dutch Army. Riptide gets shrunken down, GG gets called, and Dutch Army just cannot deal with Classic Noob's allies. It brings us to the sunny shores of Cabana Republic. We're all tied up 2-2, sticking with allies because that's what works. This is Classic Noob. And on the right side, with a great 2-0 opening into a 0-2, this is Dutch Army. Still all tied up. Equal chance between these two players to make it to the playoffs, to qualify into the next round, to face off versus OP Shizhao for that seeding match. But you know, this is also the momentum maker. This is the tie breaker between these two. And because it is a best of 7, and we've got 4 games, this is also the match point game. So whoever wins this goes from being tied 2-2 to being 1 game away from victory. And whoever loads into that game, number 6, with that extra advantage, will have that extra bit of space, that extra bit of breathing room. And maybe, if they're able to make it a crushing victory here, they can even have the mental edge as well. Classic Noob, losing 100% of his games in this series with Empire, winning 100% of his games with Allies. Games have been pretty close overall. Dutch Army doing things a little bit differently in that last game. Fast tier 2, fast tier 3, playing with lots of land vehicles, which I did like seeing. It ended up, Allied aircraft are just too good. You get those upgrades, you get that advanced aeronauticals upgrade, and it's just too good. The ground units can't compare in most scenarios. You know, if you have a couple of more IFVs, okay, maybe. If you have a couple of Javelin soldiers mixed into it, okay, maybe. But in those lower number, those lower unit count games, those lower unit count openings especially, the Vindicators are just so powerful. As long as you don't, like, fly them blindly into a bunch of anti-air that your opponent has. But third refineries up and running for both players. They're going to be staying very close on the eco front, which is to be expected. They both got the oil derricks. They both got the third refineries. Very, very slight advantage here to Dutch Army in the first couple of minutes. But will we see the Naval Yard and the Tier 2? Wow, he's already got Tier 2. This is before... Okay, he has a hydrofoil, so he had a Naval Yard out somewhere. He rebuilt the Naval Yard. Okay. So he's got the hydrofoil, he's got the Riptides, now he can get some assault destroyers as well. He can build his airfield, maybe go cryocopters. The Riptide's starting to move things forward. Building's getting bombed out. I mean, that is good for Dutch Army if Classic Noob is just using his Vindicator time. You've got 4 Vindicators. That's a lot of Vindicators, and they haven't cleared out any of these Riptides at all. So hydrofoil going to be coming out. Weapons jammers can kind of fight with each other about this, which is always so funny when one weapons jammer jams another weapons jammer. But in this case, the weapons jammer is going to be kind of moot point because of the black hole armor of that assault destroyer. So as the damage comes in, you can't weapons jam everything. And Dutch Army now has a soft contain on Classic Noob. Anyone who comes out of this seaport just immediately gets clobbered by all of the forces sitting here. The Vindicator bombing run didn't work. He did use the cancel trick with those Vindicator bombs, and Dutch Army does it again where the black hole armor starts to draw the bombs in. Then you cancel the black hole armor and the bombs fall kind of uselessly to the ground. This is an actual clobbering. Dutch Army with a statement game here. Classic Noob misallocating his resources. He is messing things up here in the opening. I don't know if this is a double airfield or what, but it's a double dead game as these Dolphins won't be stopped. The Riptides are ripping things apart. The command hub is coming online, and this naval yard looks useless against all the firepower of Dutch Army, and that's a quickie. 5 minutes to win the 3rd point in this series, to gain the momentum and to break the tie. You break the tie, and then you end up on ice. In the north of Icebreaker is the Orange Allies. This is Classic Noob. Meanwhile, in the south, feeling good after that statement game win, this is Dutch Army. Dutch Army had such a perfect sequence in that previous game. I guess air might be ground, but Navy was far superior in that game. And of course, a big part of that was the black hole armor being so incredibly effective. And not just the black hole armor, but specifically the micro and the unit control that Dutch Army was bringing to it. So, you know, if I tried to execute that same build, I wouldn't have the same ability to cancel as many Vindicator bombs. And so Navy would not have been as effective in the hands of a lesser player. But of course, at this level of competition, that's a much more common ability to have. So Classic Noob got outplayed there, not by some kind of fantastical wizardry that no one's ever seen before, but just like good solid play and decision making from Dutch Army. Just like straight through the front door, this makes sense to do kind of stuff from Dutch Army. And now, because we have had this back and forth, 1-2, 2-2, you know, you end up in a situation where Dutch Army gets that one big win, and now he's on match point for the rest of the series. He can lose this game, and he can still make it through in game number 7. It's on to Classic Noob to turn things around. He's done it once before, and now he has to do it again, win 2 games in a row. And that is how he opened up this switch from Empire over to Allies, was with 2 wins in a row. And now it needs to happen one more time, and then Classic Noob gets into playoffs as the number 1 or the number 2 seed. This map is a little bit of a weird one. We've got this city in the middle, and then you've also got these expansions on the water. It can turn into a big Navy map as well, and since it is a lake map instead of an island map, it does mean that Navy is sometimes a little bit less effective than it otherwise would have been, and sometimes just as effective as it otherwise would be. MCV moving to the middle for both players. They are positioned far enough forward that they should be able to take their respective expansions. And these buildings in the middle of the map have traded hands quite a few times, as Dutch Army is now trying to encroach on the building space of Classic Noob, and Classic Noob is, you know, trying to do the exact same thing versus Dutch Army. Even these multi-gunner turrets coming out from both players are very similarly timed. I guess the refinery is a bit quicker for Classic Noob than it is for Dutch Army. We'll see if maybe he's going to have a few extra guys to do some damage than his opponent will to defend, because that's a quad laser lock on this refinery. If he doesn't have some way of dealing with all 4 of these Javelin soldiers, then it's just lights out for that refinery. The misstep has happened, and Classic Noob loses his expansion before it has even paid for itself. He got 2 loads of ore out of that ore node before it got shut down, and now Dutch Army has a definitive advantage. He spent the 2 grand on the refinery, the same as his opponent, but his refinery is actually working. Vindicators coming forward. They're going to be able to bomb out all of the infantry of Dutch Army. He is going to be able to clobber those forces on the ground, and the Apollo is going to be winning the fight, I think, for Dutch Army. He had the earlier gunfire, and Vindicator swings in to bomb out a Vindicator on the ground. Not a lot of times you see Vindicators fighting Vindicators, but it does happen occasionally there. And as it turns out, the one that's in the sky wins that fight. Multi-gunner turret got an extra kill there, and Apollo going down. But Classic Noob has been pushed back from the front line. So this is now a Tier 2 Naval Yard allied player with 4 refineries versus a 3 refinery, no Naval Yard allied player. And the Assault Destroyers, as we saw in that last game, in every game with Assault Destroyers, basically, we get to see how incredibly powerful they are. There's once again the cancel trick with the black hole armor basically negating the damage of those Vindicators. Apollo takes an extra shot there, one little missile away from saving its life. Multi-gunner turret does deploy. Cryo shot going to be coming in. Will end up freezing that barracks. I think the multi-gunner turret will be safe. Once again, the Vindicator bombs get canceled, and Dutch Army is doing so much with so little that GG comes out, and Dutch Army will be your other finalist in the top half of the bracket. OP Shizhao and Dutch Army have both guaranteed their spots in playoffs, but we have to decide who takes the first seed and who takes the second seed. Both players are into playoffs. They both have locked in their top 8 spots. But who will be the first seed and who will beat the second seed? Well, let's find out with the Purple Empire on the left side. This is OP Shizhao. And the Red Allies on the right side. Coming through clutch versus an Empire player. This is Dutch Army. Of course, with a perfect record versus Classic Noobs Empire. A not so perfect record versus Classic Noobs Allies. But, you know, we'll put that to the side because Dutch Army did end up winning the whole series. And this was a fast refinery from OP Shizhao, but he went for the water location, which has now been spotted by Dutch Army. He gets his dogs out to the correct spot right away, so he will be able to see exactly what OP Shizhao is doing. Dutch Army going for his own 3rd refinery location as well. As I said, both players have already locked in their top 8 spot, so this is all about seeing which one of them will play the 4th seed versus the 3rd seed on the BattleNet side of the qualifier. And in theory, if the event, or if the double elimination has worked out correctly, then the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th seed should basically be the 4 strongest players in the event, with them being pretty closely to the best players, number 1, down to the quote-unquote worst of the top 4 is number 4. Now, on the other side of the bracket, I believe it is Zugspitze waiting in that number 4 spot, so it is not an easy match no matter what. If Zugspitze ends up being who you're facing off against, if you win this match, suddenly it's like, that's not a very good prize. But of course, that is a double elimination playoffs series as well. So it's not like you end up facing Zugspitze and then you're just done. But it's a tough first round opponent in the playoffs, not gonna lie. I mean, DDF, Harlan, they are no slouches either. Mirage Tank is very good as well. So on the BattleNet side of the qualifier, there are no easy opponents. And similarly, Dutch Army and OP Shizhao are both playing very well in this qualifying series. Barracks ends up going down. Bonsai Charge comes in. Can we get the slice and the cut down of that Javelin Soldier? Walls coming up very early on from Dutch Army. It's now going to be a double airfield as well, but he did the classic, like, he just built a ton of walls in the very beginning of the game, so he was safe from any early harass from infantry units. But this is quite a few Tengus. We're only at the 4-minute mark, so I don't think he has point defense drones yet. Got probably another minute before those come online. And Dutch Army, he did go for that naval yard, but he didn't go tier 2, so no assault destroyers, which we saw be incredibly effective in that previous game. I mean, all throughout this tournament, they have been pretty darn effective, but especially in that previous series, Dutch Army in particular used assault destroyers incredibly well. Yari Minisub moving out. The naval yard has been deployed by OP Shizhao. And as I said, Dutch Army, he has a perfect record versus Classic Noob's Empire. But OP Shizhao is, at least in theory, a tougher opponent. And we'll see how Dutch Army is able to do versus OP Shizhao's Empire. We'll see if he's actually able to knock it down. But this is double airfield allies rocking the 7 or 8 Apollos there. I think it's 7 Apollos plus the Vindicator. And this Yari Minisub does have a multi-gunner turret to contend with, but for the current moment, that multi-gunner turret is in a bad position to actually defend against that Yari Minisub, so for the current moment, it's going to be low power mode briefly here for Dutch Army. He does have a power plant coming in right now, and if Riptide is coming in from the south, so the Harvester will end up going down, but so does the Yari Minisub. This set of buildings in the middle of the map can be incredibly powerful if you fly over it blindly and your opponent has posted some flak troopers or some javelin troopers into those buildings. It can be a very deadly area of the map to traverse. Riptide making its way along the northern side of that cliff. See if these Tengus actually move forward to knock down that Riptide. A couple of Peacekeepers moving forward. They're going to be able to take over some of these buildings, get some additional info, get some additional map presence out for the allied player. There's the tier 2. So there's the assault destroyer coming out from Dutch Army. And there are the point defense drones as well. The Riptide is going to hightail it out of there. He doesn't want to fight that 100 Tengu army. This is like 15 or 16 Tengus. OP Shizhao has 22 units out on the field. I'm not sure how many Imperial Warriors he has. At least one of them in a building. It might be 21 Tengus then, if that's truly the only other unit that he has. Yari Minisub does mean it. He's down to 21 units. And there goes the entire refinery. The Yari Minisubs get that kill, and the refinery is done and dusted. So that expansion will come back online, perhaps, if that command hub deploys. Then Dutch Army can re-expand to that location, but that was 2,400 credits worth of Yari Minisubs, and now this dog is actually blocking off that refinery location. Unfortunately for OP Shizhao, he has been spotted out. Unfortunately for Dutch Army, he's not going to be able to do anything about it, and the refinery will deploy in time. So Dutch Army didn't have a couple of Vindicators, 2 or 3 Vindicators ready to bomb out that refinery, like we saw in one of those previous games on Battle Base Beta. So instead, he will just have to let that expansion come online, and that will be 4 and 5 refineries coming on for OP Shizhao, basically in quick succession. He goes from 3 refineries up to 5 in one fell swoop. This is a lot of Tengus. A couple of VXs mixed in as well. The Tengus, with their point defense drones, I think they're in high enough numbers that they can fight the Apollos, but it is 7 Apollos, so that is a lot of firepower from the allied player. And of course, they do have a difficult job to do of dancing right at the edge of the Tengu range, but in this case, the Striker VX does survive that little tussle with the Hydrofoil. This Chopper VX will be able to transform down to the ground, and for now, the point defense drones, I think, are about to be reapplied to this army. OP Shizhao trying to stack his units as best he can. Well, we are beyond the 2 airfield set of Apollos, and we are into 3 airfield territory with even more Apollos out on the field. 11 out of 12 spots being taken up by Apollos as the Black Hole Armor is here. Tengu's getting pushed away by that Hydrofoil, and there are just so many Apollos here as well. The Yari Minisub is going to go for the kill on the Hydrofoil, and the Tengu is going to push away the Apollos for the current moment. Most of them will be able to escape. I think they all made it out of there safely, but the hydrofoil has now gone down, which means the Chopper VX can deal with the Assault Destroyer. A slow build in this game thus far, and not at all what I was expecting to see. We don't have tier 3 yet, but we do have a chronosphere here for Dutch Army. He is not going to be looking to close this one out super fast. He is going to want to let this sit for a little while, as he's got a little over 2.5 minutes until that chronosphere is ready, and he has also got an Assault Destroyer with black hole armor covering that chronosphere, so it cannot be quickly knocked down without a fight. Tengu's moving into position. This is a lot of Apollos, but this is a lot of Tengus as well. As that Assault Destroyer gets targeted down, multi-gunner turrets going to be returning fire. Apollos are here as well to shred those strikers. One or two of the strikers going down, the rest of them transforming onto the ground. The Assault Destroyer will back off. The Tengus will back off. The Javelin Soldier getting a couple of shots there from the ground, won't get any kills that matter, and the Apollos looking to re-engage, but this is a whole heck of a lot of Tengus, and the Apollos don't have ground support, as they do manage to escape, many of them on fire, not able to be burned all the way down. But OP Shizhao has made his move to try and shut down that chronosphere, and it has not worked. 5 refineries, but only 4 working harvesters for OP Shizhao, as he has that water expansion that is broken and bleeding, but not quite dead just yet. Cryo Shot going to be catching this harvester. That's an easy bomb for that Vindicator, but he will not escape. He will not make it back home. A hero, but he dies a hero's death, as the Tengus catch him on the return trip. And with another dead harvester, this is now a 5 refinery, 3 harvester economy for the Empire player, but at least they both do still have their oil derricks now at the 11-minute mark, which is considerably longer than some of those other games that we've seen. Yari Minisub going to get tag teamed by those Dolphins, knocked down one after the other, and Dutch Army is going all the way. He is going to the maximum damage output kind of scenario, as these Javelin Soldiers will try to deal with those Tengus. A Proton Collider and a Chronosphere both making an appearance in game number 1 of a Decider series. Who gets the first seed and who gets the second seed? I guess Dutch Army, maybe he wants the seed for most entertaining game. Tengu's moving out. An absolute cloud of Tengus, maybe 30 Tengus out on the field, matched by almost as many, like 11 or 12, 11 or maybe even 15. Let's see, 1, 2, and 3. I think it's just 11 Apollos. Okay, no, he does have a 4th airfield, so that could be 15 Apollos out on the field. Dolphins moving in. Chronosphere is ready. Dutch Army can teleport units around the map or just use it to delete a group of infantry if he sees them. Most of the Empire units can transform, so if you put Tengus out onto the water, you don't just instantly kill them. You do indeed have to grab the strikers or something like that. Apollo's going to tear down a couple of these targets. They do manage to find a couple of strikers, and there's going to be the transform. Chronosphere could be used to send them onto a building, as they do separate out as far as they can go. You can also use it to snatch harvesters. Either plant the harvester in a building, or you send the harvester into the middle of your army and then be able to just delete it like that. But I can't believe, after how these guys have played in some of these previous games, that we're just going straight into a double, now triple super weapons game in game number 1. We're 13 minutes in, and these guys have absolutely massive armies, absolutely massive economies. Well, maybe not on the OP Shizhao side of things, because he keeps losing harvesters, he keeps losing refineries. But they did have pretty massive economies. Despite all of that, Dutch Army only 3 grand ahead in total resources gathered. It's partially because he at no point had 5 refineries, and for a little while, OP Shizhao did have 5 refineries. Two-way force artillery. That's a pretty good target for a chronosphere that is ready to go. There aren't a lot of better targets than a couple of wave force artillery for a chronosphere, and yet still not using them. Javelin Soldier is going to be targeting down these Tengus, and Chronosphere might not have an opportunity to fire off. Okay, it's just a couple of Imperial Warriors rushing in, but the Cryocopters will be able to freeze them off, and that's going to be not even teleported into the enemy base. That was just an Assault Destroyer who walked in the old-fashioned way. Yari Minisub moving around, trying to do more damage out here on the water. Tsunami Tank will be getting shut down. Javelin Soldiers going for the laser lock, and this Chronosphere could be used to save the Javelin Soldier, but no, the refinery will be saved by the Bonsai Charge of that Imperial Warrior. And meanwhile, the refinery over here will be saved by a Riptide, as there goes the Chronosphere used to teleport something somewhere. And unfortunately for those Wave Force Artillery, perhaps, it's going to be a watery situation for them. Chopper VXs will be able to target down these... Well, they won't be able to target down those Cryocopters because the Black Hole Armor shows up just in time and sneaks away those rockets that were supposed to attack those Cryocopters. This is still a lot of firepower, as the Javelins are going to be able to deal with Psionic Decimator, and that's going to be the Emperor's Rage fired off, but there's the big transform. He just gives up on his Psionic Decimator, and he's going to hope that the Chopper VXs can clear the skies, because the Tengus can't clear anything out from the ground, as this one Imperial Warrior will slice and dice his way to victory, kind of, but the Psionic Decimator is gone. All of that cash just wasted on a super weapon that was never used once. Emperor's Rage getting basically no value as an absolute huge cloud of Tengus rolls into the base. They are going to find a fight if it's the last thing they do. Emperor's Rage has not found much value for these units, but now maybe they'll finally find a fight as the Emperor's Rage fires, lets off, the Cryogeddon fires off, and the GG comes out. Dutch Army will win game number 1, and he didn't even need the Proton Collider. So surely in game number 2, the Proton Collider will make a return, the Psionic Decimator will make a return, and we'll actually get to see them fired off this time, surely. I mean, if it happened in game number 1, it can happen in game number 2. Kicking it off on Deep Sea, playing the red, locking in. This is Dutch Army. Feeling good after that game 1 win. And in the south, this is the Green Empire. Random Empire twice in a row. This is OP Shizhao. He's got himself Empire twice. Maybe that's a good thing, maybe it's not. But in this particular case, we've got some Javelin Soldiers heading down to the water. They are looking for that Riptide eventually to come on over. Dutch Army is prioritizing this over his own second refinery. So he got the oil derrick nice and early, but then he is also going for a full 5 Javelin Soldiers as his choice here. OP Shizhao going to be tagging that Riptide with his burst drone, and he is pushing in with a dojo and a couple of Imperial Warriors. Force firing on the ground for just a moment there, as these walls will come up to help protect these units, and an airfield as well. Buy as much time as he can for these Riptides to get into the base, and well, this building is not going to last for too long. Imperial Warriors won't be able to jump in there. Dojo still hasn't deployed. Walls coming in to help block off and keep these units safe. Burst Drone will be able to do some damage onto that Riptide. We'll be able to knock some health off of that Riptide. And the MCV might also be coming in to fight. Advanced Aeronautics gets activated there a little bit late in the fury of the early game. It looks like that was forgotten for just a brief moment, but it will be online now. And now the Riptides are going to try and back away and let the Vindicators clear out these forces. Javelin Soldier is going to be able to put some damage onto a Tengu, and that's an early kill. 1 Tengu down, 2 more remain. OP Shizhao giving away a little bit too much in this opening set of plays. He didn't get the Javelins. He almost cleared out a big chunk of Allied infantry, but in the end, He wasn't able to do anything directly. Indirectly, he delayed the attack that Dutch army was planning. He made those javelin soldiers be an entirely defensive tool instead of an offensive tool. And normally, when you're playing this kind of a build, you're not looking to go javelin soldiers, 5 javelin soldiers plus a bunch of peacekeepers just to be pure defense. You can defend by spending a whole lot less cash than that, especially with the 2 Riptides out on the field as well. So, in some sense, Dutch army has been delayed from the attack that he wanted to pull off, but because he hasn't lost those units, there is still an opportunity in a potential future where he can still use those units to full effect. Javelins going to be hiding inside of those Riptides. Meanwhile, the Tengus are kind of on the hunt. They're looking for targets, looking here and there. 3rd Refinery does get deployed by Dutch army, so OP Shizhao is going to have that to deal with, and whether or not OP Shizhao wants to match with his own 3rd Refinery is something that Dutch army needs to scout and confirm. He needs to make sure that his opponent is not trying to sneak out 3rd Refinery out onto the water, onto the low ground, something like that. Dutch army has gone for this 3rd, he's gone for this 2nd airfield, and for the current moment, he's keeping both of them. I mean, in that previous game, he was up to 4 or 5 airfields by the end of it. So it would not be a surprise to see a lot of airfields popping up from Dutch army. And again, he is just using these Riptides, the infantry inside of them, entirely defensively for now. He did break one of the buildings in the middle of the map, so it can't be used by the Imperial Warriors anymore. And now the Riptides are going to be moving out. The Apollos providing a little bit of overwatch. They do the scouting, they gather the intel, and then the rest of the army can follow up. Point defense drones will be online very soon for OP Shizhao. Riptides let these peacekeepers and the javelin troopers out, and then the Javs will be able to break that building. This is a lot of Tengus. OP Shizhao has 17 units out on the field, and most of them are Tengus. He has 3 Imperial Warriors, so maybe the count is 14 Tengus, or maybe it's 15 now. There's going to be the transform. No point defense drones yet. The timer, I guess, hasn't run out on that quite yet. One Apollo gets shredded. Tengu's going to be looking for an angle to engage. Apollo's coming in, maybe clearing out another Tengu. No, he survives for now. Tengu's maybe looking for another way to engage. Dutch army holding, is that a multi-gunner turret that he's got queued in on his MCV? Because he may very well be expecting at any moment for some Tengus or maybe even a VX to descend upon his base. Sneaky expansion out to the water for the allied player, looking for that 4th refinery if he can get it. And hey, if he can keep his opponent focused on the land, focused on the battle base, then that might be a good way to be able to expand. Javelins on the high ground will be guarded against these Imperial Warriors. The slice does come through, kills a Peacekeeper, kills a Javelin, and the Tengus are going to be pushing on forward. Tengus managed to clip the wings on at least one of those Vindicators, and now they can all just transform if they want on top of this airfield. They can try and fight it out on the ground, because this is a lot of Tengus with the point defense drones, and the Apollos are here to try and fight them, but this is not a primary target for the Tengus. They have other things to worry about, like stopping these harvesters from actually harvesting, and Dutch army trying to go for a 4th refinery out on the water, but what good will that do him if his main base ends up getting sacked? These Vindicators need to run for the hills, and this is 3 airfields, so they do have lots of places to land. And the Tengus can now just kind of escape from the ground path. They don't need to stick around too much longer. A couple of these Tengus getting a little bit forgotten inside of the base. Maybe they'll wait until the Apollos leave, and then they'll try and find their way out by another means, flying away in a different time. Riptide going to getting taken out there. I don't think there were any infantry inside of that one. Otherwise, it was a foolish move there for Dutch army. And, well, Dutch army may not have active working harvesters all the time, but he at least does have another expansion coming up. He's got 4 refineries, but only one of them is actually working. The harassment is difficult to deal with as these Tengus they got cut down quite significantly in numbers. OP Shizhao lost a lot. I'm not even sure if that was worth it to transform there. OP Shizhao lost a lot in terms of army value, but he has stunted the economy of Dutch army by quite a bit. And I guess by pulling the Vindicator out onto the water, Dutch army did also lose the opportunity to clear out this Tengu in his main base. Finally, that Tengu does go down. That Harvester can get back to work, but this refinery is basically done for. And unfortunately for Dutch army, he only got 1,000 credits out of that refinery. That was not actually worth it because it was scouted out by OP Shizhao quite quickly. The refinery wasn't up for any more than 30 seconds before Dutch army was already being attacked at that location. Tengu's drawing in these Apollos into a potential trap here as the Tsunami tank pushes forward. One VX ends up going down, traded back for a Vindicator as well. Tengu player is happy with that trade, especially when he can follow it up with killing 3 Javelins on top of that. And suddenly OP Shizhao, after he lost a heavy dose of Tengus in the early game, is feeling okay with those trades. He cleared out a huge chunk of his opponent's economy. He bought a lot of time to get out tier 2, get up 3 or 4 strikers and a Tsunami tank or 2. Cryo shot fires off, freezes down 1 tank, freezes down 2 tanks. It's Christmas for Dutch army as he gets 2 kills for free. Thank you very much. OP Shizhao walks himself into a trap and he just slips and falls down. OP Shizhao making a minute worth of good moves and then follows it up with 2 bad moves right in a row. Tier 2 Mecha Bay, you know, that's going to be useful for pretty much the whole game. So, again, Dutch army did spend a lot of the last 5 minutes defending, and that has given OP Shizhao the time and the space to do all of the things that you see him doing. The tier 2, the unit count, the unit composition, the 3rd refinery, the harassment, all of those things have worked out largely in OP Shizhao's favor. Those strikers, they forced bad timing out of Dutch army. Obviously, he wanted to freeze down that dojo, but because the strikers were moving in, he dropped the bombs early, and then he got out of there. 4th refinery has not yet been taken by OP Shizhao. He could try and sneak one out onto the water. He does still have his MCV. This is not an MCV cell, at least not just yet. I guess it could turn into one of those situations. And from here, Dutch army, I feel like he does need to get something done on the map. He either needs to go tier 3 so that he can get Athena cannons out onto the field, or he needs to... Okay, he deploys a barracks, actually. Is he going for spies, or is this just pure Peacekeeper Javelin kind of tricks, the normal allied infantry stuff? Tengus move in. Not a good angle for the Tengus. IFV going to be able to get a couple of shots off. Break down the point fence drones a little bit there, and maybe a little bit of hull damage as well. No tier 3 on the way for Dutch army. That's an interesting IFV right there. He might have a little sniper on his side for the next fight. Both players thinking about eco as this Tengu flies over top of the water expansion, and Dutch army looks to chase that down. OP Shizhao going to be deploying his own 4th refinery. He thinks this lull in the action is the prime moment to make something happen. Okay, there's the IFV. It did not sneak off to the other side of the map or anything. We don't have tier 3 just yet, so no sneaky Tanya inside of an IFV or something. You know, shrink it down, send it to the other side of the map, nuke your opponent's MCV or nuke your opponent's war factory, something like that. Alright, refinery is up and running. OP Shizhao has that maybe very slight eco advantage over the course of this game, just because Empire tends to get their refineries up a little bit faster. And then, of course, Dutch army, he got his 3rd and 4th refinery up faster. But, spy coming in. Can the bribe be good? No! It's nothing. He almost got a bribe off there. That would have been a mega bribe if he could have gotten on top of all of those vehicles, but it was not so. It was spotted out there. Always good to make sure that the units you're fighting are actually the units you're fighting. Cryoblast fires off, forces the tsunami tanks forward, and the Guardians will shred them, although maybe not, because the tanks actually just survived that little bit of a tussle. A couple of Imperial Warriors, a couple of tank busters do end up paying the price there. They're not going to be able to melt that armor, but they are going to be able to buy some time and space for those tsunami tanks, and that's actually fine. That Cryoblast could have been a lot worse for OP Shizhao. It worked out kind of okay for him. Takes that support power off the map, and this refinery has now paid for itself. Vindicator is moving out, but that Vindicator doesn't have a Cryoblast to join it because it was just used on the front line. And I think now Dutch Army has spotted that refinery out there. He knows what his opponent is up to. Another spy gets shut down. Another spy gets denied here, as that's a big Tengu transform on top of the army, and it's going to be the Emperor's Rage on top of the tsunami tanks. If they close the distance, they'll shred the vehicles. But for now, the multi-gunner turret and the Guardian tanks holding the high ground. The Tengus did not explode on top of that army, but they did clean out a lot of the Javelin soldiers. Tank Busters going to be lacking in this army as Dutch Army pushes forward. Tsunami tanks going down, and the guns may be good on the Empire side, but there are more guns on the Allied side as Dutch Army pushes forward, knocks down that dojo, and will deny that guy from doing any more damage. Vindicators come out, they get the kill on that Harvester. And OP Shizhao played out a good couple of minutes here, but this Guardian tank army seems to not have an answer from the Empire player. Dutch Army manages to find a kill out on the water. He finds a kill up here on the high ground as well. And OP Shizhao, he has reactivated his point defense drones. He has gone tier 3. He's got Wave Force artillery. Is it going to be enough? He's just taken a big blow to his economy. He's got his Harvester back up and running out there on the water. Can he get his other refinery back up and running? It seems like the answer is yes. Dutch Army did some big damage, but he didn't have the courage to keep going. He didn't want to try and play for the end. Wave Force artillery are a scary thing to deal with, and Dutch Army had a number of low health Guardian tanks. Yeah, 2 of those Guardian tanks are basically dead. 3 or 4 of them are at half HP. This Wave Force artillery is about to rank up. If he just one-shots that Guardian tank that's heroic, that could be a big deal. Dutch Army, he got a small victory, but can he chain that into a bigger victory? Cryoblast might be ready to fire off. Harvester is waiting. Now the cryocopters are going to come over. 2 cryocopters will allow Dutch Army to get the freeze, to get the kill. Emperor's Rage gets activated. Apollos will be chased away. Cryocopters are going to be too slippery to be chased down by these Tengus. The slow Tengus. And once again, the Harvester is struck down. OP Shizhao now back up to that 4 refinery economy. But as you can see, it's waving back and forth. It is on Dutch Army's side, and then it's back to OP Shizhao, and then it's back to the middle, and it's OP Shizhao, and now it's basically back to the middle again. But OP Shizhao is going to start taking that over once again. Sneaky expansion in the south from Dutch Army. He managed to get another command hub out onto the water. And I think this one will go unnoticed because OP Shizhao is so focused in the middle of the map. Both players have significant armies. Apollos can make this one a bad fight, but Cryogeddon can make it a great fight as the backline gets frozen. The Wave Force artillery gets shut down. King Oni gets deleted, shrunken down and crushed by the tanks. Apollo's over top, just watching as the Empire army fights its heart out, and Apollo crashes down. The Wave Force artillery pays the price. The Allied army does fall to the power of the Empire, and those frozen units coming back online. The Wave Force artillery, actually, that one's surviving the fight. I think the other one did get crashed out of the Apollo, or something crashing down on top of it. But the Wave Force Artillery going to be pushing forward. That Cryogeddon almost just won Dutch Army the game. But now he's got a second wave of attacks to deal with. Apollo's going to be fighting versus the Tengus and the Strikers at the same time. Those VXs are a little bit too strong for the Apollos to deal with. Wave Force Artillery ready to go. They haven't actually killed off that refinery, but they got it very, very close. Tengu moving out on to the water. Refinery has been spotted. Harassment going to be coming in from both players, and OP Shizhao is going to get this refinery shut down. Dutch Army manages to get a kill on a refinery before it does literally anything at all. Meanwhile, this refinery on the water has actually been harvesting quite a bit there for Dutch Army. Not as much as OP Shizhao. But as they both go for the harassment there, Dutch Army gets the bigger prize, killing an entire refinery there on the middle ground. The mid-level of this battle base. Cryogeddon is still down for a few more seconds. Dutch Army used that tool, almost won him the game. Didn't quite win him the game, but he has been able to recover fairly well from it. And there's another harvester sniped by Dutch Army. I feel like this next fight is going to have to be a winner for OP Shizhao, because by the time they actually fight, it feels like the Cryogeddon is going to be back online, ready to go again, which means OP Shizhao needs to have like a stunning fight. Otherwise, the Cryogeddon will decide it and will just crush the army of OP Shizhao. Right now, he's just kind of walking forward, slowly stepping onto the front line, onto the high ground. I do like using the Wave Force Artillery as much as you can while you've got that artillery advantage, while your opponent hasn't even started Tier 3 to bring Athena cannons into the mix. If you can kill off as much of this front line as you can, that's going to be the way to make this Cryogeddon that much more difficult to deal with. He just pushes forward. The infantry get left behind. The Tengus are in the sky. Vindicator comes through. Strikers get gunned down. And the Wave Force Artillery gets shrunken down. Guardians crushing through these tank busters. They come back online. They slice. They dice. They look for the kill as the Striker in the sky cleans up the tanks. The hero Striker gets the kills that count the most. The infantry army got shredded, but OP Shizhao's heart, this one Striker in the sky, has survived the Tengus. Very low on health. No, not actually that low on health, but a couple of them, their point defense drones, are low on health. And that fight was it was almost, again, a disaster for OP Shizhao, but he pulls a win out of that last engagement, forces the rebuild of that harvester, gives away another tsunami tank. That's not good for OP Shizhao, but these cryocopters from Dutch Army, they haven't quite been a menace yet. He's been good with them, he's been effective with them, but they haven't been that non-stop, all-out menace that we have seen in previous games. These cryocopters feel a little bit tame in this particular match. Refinery did get clobbered out there on the water, had to be sold off, had to be deleted from the game, but he's got the free trade upgrade, so OP Shizhao is now going to be at an eco disadvantage even if he's on an equal number of refineries. They both still got their oil derricks as well, and here near the 22-minute mark as the Tengus move in, they've got Emperor's Rage. They're firing a little faster. They're hitting a little harder as the Apollos do go down. That Striker almost getting double hero status, cleaning up more and more aircraft. Wave Force Artillery gets shrunken down. Won't quite be an artillery piece anymore. More shrinks come through. IFV on the front line. Tank busters moving forward. Apollo gets shredded. Front line gets pushed back for the allied player. Hero tank buster going to be knocking down that multi-gunner turret. But the hero tank buster, I think, ends up going down. No, he backs off. Double vet tank buster as well. Emperor's Rage just feels like it lasts forever. Okay, yeah, it does finally wear off there as the Empire Army backs up both players neck and neck on economy. Dutch Army with the advantage. That's probably where the free trade upgrade took over. So even though he might be down a bit on harvesters, he may not always have all of his harvesters working as they get harassed by Tengus. But now with that free trade upgrade, he has got even more eco coming in with the same number of harvesters and refineries. Tengus might actually be able to catch these cryocopters. If they can finally shut them down, then OP Shizhao might be able to win this game. Dutch Army has been effective with these cryocopters, but he's also been very efficient with the cryocopters in that he hasn't had to rebuild them. There's the big transform as the Tengus get the kill. The point defense drones come in. The shrink isn't enough to save that IFV. Meanwhile, the cryocopters, 2 of them are still alive in this fight. Cryocopters are a precious resource, and Dutch Army has had the advantage of not having to rebuild them basically at all through this game. He has kept the original ones alive for so long. Refinery takes a big shot there. Cryocopter gets broken apart as soon as it steps forward to deal with the Wave Force artillery. It gets clobbered. The problem was apparently not enough Tengus, as OP Shizhao now doubles the army value of Dutch Army, and that was a fake fight as Dutch Army steps forward. The Cryogeddon might be able to take this army, but the Tengus are going to transform on top of everything else. The King Oni rushes through the front door. It doesn't matter if you've got the Freezy Ice Ray, because the GG comes out and OP Shizhao will even up the score. Dutch Army so close to taking that game. 2 of those fights nearly going enough in his favor that he could have swung the game, but the eco of OP Shizhao was just too much. It's our first tiebreaker game of the series, and it will also be a mirror matchup because drawing allies in the north, this is OP Shizhao. And playing the red allies as always, or almost always, this is Dutch Army. Dutch Army fighting his heart out on Deep Sea. I almost called it Battle-Based Beta. On Deep Sea, fighting his heart out, but not able to overcome. And now moves into an allied mirror. This is where Dutch Army did falter a little bit versus Classic Noob, but Dutch Army also on this map in particular did have a very powerful, easy game. It was like an easy win here on Icebreaker for Dutch Army. So he will be perhaps a little bit extra practiced at this matchup on this map, and maybe OP Shizhao won't be quite as practiced at this matchup on this map. But Dutch Army did pull out a very impressive game on both Cabana Republic and also Icebreaker in that series versus Classic Noob. And hopefully that will guide him here because, of course, we've got the same matchup, even the same spawning positions with OP Shizhao and Classic Noob both being in the north and Dutch Army being in the south. But again, we'll see if OP Shizhao is able to knock down Dutch Army on this snowy map, or if he will suffer the same fate that Classic Noob suffered at the hands of the Dutchman. Third refineries on the way for both players. They're up and running now as the airfield comes online for Dutch Army. And the air... Okay, no, it's a barracks in the middle of the map. I saw one of these buildings in the middle, and I was like, there's no way he deployed a building into the middle of the map that far, right? Not this early. Not this early in the game are you building something that big in the middle. Dutch Army and OP Shizhao both fighting over the middle of the map a little bit here. You saw OP Shizhao with his Javelin soldiers targeting down some of these buildings, trying to clear them out. And this is sort of the difference. Ooh, that was some good splash damage from that Vindicator. That MCV is very far forward, so we'll see if Dutch Army has a multi-gunner turret ready. Looks like it's about halfway done. As Javelin soldiers moving forward, he is going to get the laser lock on this Conyard. This is a perfect shutdown by Dutch Army. He's going to force OP Zhao's MCV to back away. That is not a good place to be. That is not a good place to hang out. He even gets another laser lock on the MCV as it makes a big, slow, stupid circle, and then we'll head out to the water. Needs to... Wait, that's not actually far enough. He can laser lock that again, and he's got 2 Javelin soldiers near the front line. Okay, maybe he's just got one, but there the other one is targeting down a Peacekeeper, and that's another breakup of that MCV, forcing the MCV away. Double bomb drop as well. Okay. Now OP Zhao can deploy on the front line. He is getting bullied out of the middle of this map as the refinery now going to be coming online for Dutch Army. He's up to 4 harvesters in his economy just now coming online, and that is half of the health missing off of that MCV. Even more now. This is so dangerous of a position. He's either going to have to abandon the middle with his MCV, or is he going to have to, like, deploy a barracks and try and get an engineer into his MCV as quickly as possible. Javelin soldier will end up going down, but that Javelin soldier has more than paid for himself in the amount of disruption to OP Zhao's MCV that one single Javelin soldier has caused. OP Zhao going to try and split the map, take a little bit of a headwind, or take a little bit of ground towards the north, take a little bit of ground towards the expansion of Dutch Army. Vindicators moving back out. They're going to try and bomb out some of these Peacekeepers and Javelin soldiers. And nope, they're just going to go for the MCV, which is so incredibly low. OP Zhao getting just enough time with that repair tool. And if he steps anywhere near the front line of Dutch Army, it is just going to be lights out. I mean, it might be lights out anyways, but I mean, quite literally for this MCV, it is going to be the end of the game. OP Zhao seems to just be driving circles, and the MCV will go down. The GG comes out, and Dutch Army seems to dominate on Icebreaker. And that'll take us to Battle Base Beta for game number 4. He's down in points. He's down in momentum, but he's completing the trifecta of factions. This is OP Zhao. And in the south, rocking the red, playing the allies, it's Dutch Army. The Dutchman gets the win on Icebreaker. He does manage to win both of his allied mirrors on that map, but now it is going to be a Soviet versus allied match, and we do have the Javelin out on the field. No Riptides, it seems. Just the one Javelin soldier to try and clear out some of these buildings. Ends up not actually clearing out this building because he took it over. And the other buildings he doesn't want to clear out either. So I guess he's going to let the conscripts just Molotov those buildings until the ends of days. Double Bear blocking this. Bark comes out. Very nicely done by OP Zhao. But with 3 bears and 3 dogs, this can very easily turn either way. OP Zhao gets the better end of both of those first 2 exchanges, but now the additional dog shows up, and the multi-gunner turret will win that one out. OP Zhao winning the first 2 exchanges in that barking, roaring fight, and Dutch Army winning the other 2, so they end up very even on that one. It looked like at the beginning, OP Zhao just had like the perfect unit control, able to lock down his opponent's dogs with a perfect 2-0, but then the other half of the fight went the other way, so they end up just kind of playing it out somewhat perfectly. Sickle moves in, gets a kill on the Javelin soldier, jumps in to disrupt the eco, and the airfield is, moments too late. That terror drone gets the kill, and now the harvester is safe. The sickle going to be moving in, hoping to disrupt. Ooh, bit of a miss there as OP Zhao not able to knock down those Peacekeepers. He will draw the attention. He might be able to knock down the Peacekeepers with the second sickle, and then, nope, the terror drone won't be able to make it in. So sad for OP Zhao. Bombs dropped. Sickle will survive. Actually, both Sickles survive, so this is now terrible for Dutch Army. OP Shizhao is clobbering this early game and crushing the allied player, even getting the jump off with that with the sickle to get extra damage onto that harvester. Man, if that terror drone showed up there at the last possible second and just tagged that harvester with a bit of damage, that would be brutal. But Dutch Army, it could have gone worse in these first couple of minutes, but it's almost hard to imagine how it could have realistically gone very much worse for Dutch Army. It feels like OP Shizhao, other than just straight up winning the game, got almost everything that he wanted. The better end of basically every one of these fights has turned out for OP Shizhao. And now OP Shizhao, he takes his own refinery on the low ground, gets another Vindicator, kills off his opponent's Vindicator as he goes home, and OP Shizhao is going to... I don't think he's going to be able to hunt down these last two Vindicators, but he's going to force them away and force them away from the airfield. This is... this feels like a statement game from OP Shizhao, even though it turns into, it's a random match. He didn't choose Soviets, he just happened to get Soviets. This match feels so dominant from him as Soviets that it does feel like, what is even the point? As Dutch Army, he has got something. His harvesters are working now. He does have 3 harvesters technically. This one has just not been doing anything for a couple of minutes. These 2 are finally back to working normally. And the terror drone is camping outside of this barracks, so not a lot of hope for the units coming out of that barracks. MCV slowly taking a little bit of damage here or there. But OP Shizhao, with his 4 refinery economy, this does actually feel like a more significant eco advantage for OP Shizhao than what we've seen in some of those previous games. That is looking very good for the Soviet player. Dutch Army not giving up, going to be forcing that first barracks back. And never happy to use your cryo shot in that way, your first one. But at least Dutch Army has now stabilized. We're into the 5.5 minute mark, and it feels like he is somewhat stabilizing at least. He will be doing some damage to this refinery. The war factory on the low ground is now producing hammer tanks, and this one Vindicator is getting locked down by a terror drone. Multi-gunner turret is going to get some damage back, but that's going to be 2 dead Vindicators. 1 dead Vindicator as the second one actually manages to escape, at least for the current moment. Another hammer tank does end up falling, but more and more of these multi-gunner turrets are getting shut down. So as this Vindicator does manage to escape way down to the south, Dutch Army doesn't actually have a place for it to land. And another Vindicator tries to return home, but once again OP Shizhao is ready and waiting. Javelin Soldier gets crushed. Peacekeeper gets crushed. Multi-gunner turret gets shut down. And the Vindicator is still flying its way somewhere around the map with nowhere to land. Nowhere is safe for the Allies in this game. MCV down to the low ground, and it's 3 refineries versus 4. OP Shizhao has now killed off the airfield, and that Vindicator is slowly burning down since he has no ammo. He's actually going to be getting some repairs. Oh, the airfield does deploy in the main base. So at the very least, Dutch Army does have that going for him. He now has a safe haven. He now has a safe spot to hang out. And he should have enough economy to get a 4th refinery up and running here. But will he have enough time? Because with these hammer tanks moving their way down onto the low ground, OP Shizhao doesn't seem to be giving Dutch Army the time that he needs to come back in this game. Dutch Army just broke the tie and got a win, but it looks like OP Shizhao might be making it a tied series yet again, although this would be a good kill here. The Harvester spots it. The Harvester avoids the freeze, doesn't get the crush, but will force the Peacekeeper back into the building where he can't do anything versus those walls. Vindicators come in. They do get a couple of kills here. This is 4 Vindicators, so that is a lot of firepower, but it's going to be another Harvester going down. Dutch Army's economy just has never come fully online in this game. Peacekeeper is harassing that MCV, so over time that will do significant damage. Bullfrog and a MiG, it doesn't even feel like a fair fight, although in that exchange the Vindicators did end up winning that particular tiff between these two players, as this MCV is just continuing to take damage. No conscripts to defend it, no walls to keep that damage away. Vindicators come in for another bombing run, but this time they will pay a bit of a price. No, only 1 Vindicator went down, so that still actually works out well for the allied player. And Dutch Army, he maybe hasn't gotten his 4th refinery up and running. He may have lost his refinery, his harvester back at home, but he is at least clearing out most of this army on the ground. And now that the Bullfrogs and MiGs are in good enough numbers to defend these units, it's mostly just conscripts that are left over. Vindicator's going to be taking some damage. I think the toxins are forcing them to not hang out on the deck. They have to get above the toxins, get out of the air, or get out of the area, as this Twin Blade and now going for the harass. He went for a couple of MiGs to get the kill first, but there's the GG. It felt like OP Shizhao had that game in his hand almost from the beginning. And now we're all tied up yet again, so the momentum will be made here on Mers Landing once again. In the north, playing the red, playing the allies. Give it up for Dutch Army. And in the south, rocking the cyan, playing the Soviets. That's right, this is OP Shizhao. After that incredible game number 4 on Battle Base Beta with Soviets, can OP Shizhao repeat his performance? Dutch Army definitely had his chance in that game. Dutch Army definitely had an opportunity to come back in that game, but overall it felt dominating by OP Shizhao, suffocating even, as once again the dog does win that bark fight, but not in a way that matters, as there are 2 more dogs out here. And the engineer should be able to make it. If the bears try to just rush forward, they will end up getting killed off by the dog. And, well, there we go. They do end up trying to rush forward. They do end up getting killed off by the dogs. Engineer gets into the building. That is what matters most. The rest of these guys can kind of fight it out amongst themselves. Double reactor from OP Shizhao, so he's not going for a super fast super reactor kind of play. He instead just wants to play out a little bit normal. Crush comes through for Dutch Army. He's got the early airfield. He didn't go crazy on the walls this time. He's not worried about anything coming through. And, well, we'll see how these Vindicators can do when it comes to actual fighting, because they're just clearing out conscripts right now. In the previous game, Dutch Army did a phenomenal job of killing off units with his Vindicators. But at the same time, OP Shizhao was able to carve out such a big lead for himself that even though there were many great Vindicator bombing runs, it didn't matter because the numbers were just so far in favor of OP Shizhao, and he wasn't donating away all of his units. He was, for the most part, trading well enough that with his huge advantage, he could just win the fights straight up. Sickle is now moving in. Triple Bullfrog, you see they've got the cash back as well. So if OP Shizhao loses any units, he is kind of winning. He's getting a little bit of cash back to help deal with the pain of losing those Bullfrogs. Javelin soldiers will be getting gunned down here, as the Sickle will get the kill, and the Javelin soldiers will go down. OP Shizhao and Dutch Army locked into an even match, 2-2. And of course, since this is a best of 7, whoever wins this game moves to match point. And very similar to what we had with Classic Noob and Dutch Army. Classic Noob changed factions as well, but just not by playing random, but by losing badly with Empire and winning very well with allies. Sickle moves forward, jump comes through. We'll be able to separate out some of these javelin soldiers. Terror drone gets the actual kill, and now the bullfrogs are going to go back to trying to camp this airfield. Behind all of this, again, it's not necessarily that OP Shizhao is doing anything too crazy, but he is mostly keeping Dutch Army's attention on the Dutch Army side of the map. This might be disaster. We'll see. There is an airfield nearby, so it's about how much damage can you do to this harvester before the terror drone infects, and it's enough, so the harvester will die. The terror drone escapes out to the north, and the peacekeepers, they have got a ghost to chase, trying to hunt down that sickle. Harvester will take maybe a little bit of damage from the sickle, but now it's going to be an airfield on the other side of the map as the walls come in, and OP Shizhao is fighting against a turret-pushing allied player. OP Shizhao believes that hammer tanks can lead him to victory, but the bullfrogs have had a long walk to make it all the way back home. Terror drone goes down to the peacekeeper. Vindicators kill off that hammer tank, and this refinery is about to go down, but no! Okay, he did build another power plant somewhere, and so he does get himself back online, or he sold something off somewhere, so he does get himself back online. That was almost disaster for Dutch Army. Once again, the cashback comes through clutch for OP Shizhao as he gets a little bit of income off of the fact that he lost that refinery location. Airfield on the way, harvester making its way back into the base. Peacekeepers are kind of spotting out this suspicious expansion location from OP Shizhao. Vindicator's going to clear out some of these peacekeepers. Conscripts, excuse me. Bears looking to clean out some of these peacekeepers, but of course they've got their shields up, so the bears can't do anything currently. Another bullfrog going down, another successful Vindicator bombing run, and just like last game, Dutch Army has been incredibly efficient with his aircraft. Barracks will end up going down. Bullfrog as well gets clobbered there. Maybe the barracks is actually out of range. I can't tell if this multi-gunner turret will be able to reach it, but it does defrost before that happens. Twin Blade moving in for the harassment, and this is a bridge too far. Dutch Army has already filled his entire airfield. Never mind, he's got another airfield as well. So when you've got 8 spots available for these aircraft, you can afford a couple of extra Apollos to be able to deal with the Twin Blades. Another harvester may end up falling. He will deploy into a command hub, and I think the Apollo will be able to chase away these Twin Blades. And both harvesters technically did survive enough to turn into command hubs, but that is going to be 3 dead Vindicators here for Dutch Army, who has lost all of his harvesters now. He didn't have the expansion down on the low ground. He doesn't have the expansion on the other side of the map. I didn't realize that Dutch Army didn't have even a single harvester. I kind of thought for some reason that he had one somewhere, but he does have the oil derrick, so his economy hasn't gone to 0. But OP Shizhao has created for himself a pretty significant eco advantage. I did not realize the difference, the gulf, the canyon between these two players in terms of economy. Vindicator moving out. OP Shizhao has dealt with a lot of aircraft attacks. He's got his own airfield now. He can produce his own MiGs. He can produce his own Twin Blades. And, well, he hasn't done a lot with bullfrogs and flak cannons in the last couple of minutes, but he's trying to get out a Tesla coil over there. Twin Blade once again going to be harassing this refinery location. Barracks did get deployed, a good choice by Dutch Army, and he gets the kill on the Twin Blade as well, although this harvester can't go back to work immediately if another Twin Blade shows up to harass it. Tesla coil not going to be able to save this location. Dutch Army's multi-gunner turrets tearing OP Shizhao apart. And back home, Dutch Army is holding off the attacks well enough. Toxins going to be causing this barracks to get shut down. Twin Blades need to dodge and weave. They can go in, unload their rockets, kill off the harvester with one big volley, and then back up Instead, they decide to move in. They want to try and trade out versus these javelin soldiers, but now the toxins have evaporated. The harvester deploys once again into a command hub, and Dutch army's economy is on the verge of falling apart, but the twin blade will get knocked out of the sky. Goodbye to the twin blade, as Dutch army's multi-gunner turrets are saving him in this game. The walls are here. Dutch army never got the opportunity to take that refinery location. Still hasn't taken that refinery location. Maybe he can take this one over here just so he's got another refinery to work with, because these ones in his main base keep getting constantly harassed. It is costing him a lot of money to defend on both sides of the map. And attack and defend. It turns out it's the same building both times. It's the multi-gunner turret for Dutch army. OP Shizhao deploys the crane into the corner. Dutch army finally gets that economy stabilized with 2 harvesters working back at home, and now a 3rd one here on the front line. OP Shizhao still ahead massively in terms of economy, but in terms of active income per minute, it is going to start swinging a bit more into Dutch army's favor. It'll come much closer to even between these two players, at least depending on how this harassment ends up working out. And for the current moment, the MCV has not just gone in for the cash back. Ooh, terror drone gets the infect, which means this harvester, even though he is a working guy, he is not going to be able to actually do any work. And Dutch army had 3 refineries for a moment, had 3 working refineries, I should say, but now he's down to just 2. Could sell this off. It is a bit of a risk. You lose the build radius, but it would put a couple of dollars back into his pocket, and he wouldn't have to use the repair tool to spend more cash healing that building up. Hammer tanks starting to remass. Their numbers growing slowly over time. Couple of bears, couple of MiGs, classic unit combination, making its way through the middle of the map. The unit comp I'm going for this game is bears and MiGs. We have a lot of blank spaces in terms of what we can actually attack. But if it's a bunch of javelin soldiers, the bears can deal with it. If it's a bunch of vindicators, the MiGs can deal with it. Everything else we're kind of bad against. But those are the 2 units that OP Shizhao does have on lockdown. This harvester feels like it is harvesting a very inefficient path. We'll try to see. Let's see. Is he doing it every time? Ooh, okay. This is a big problem for Dutch army. That harvester that gets back online. The first one gets killed off by that terror drone, and now the second one is being glitched out, which is just making that harvesting that much slower. Although if he could kill off that crusher crane, that would be a nice win for the Dutchman. OP Shizhao looking to expand out into the corner. Bears coming forward. Toxin's going to drop on top of this barracks once again. Not on top of that Peacekeeper, though, in the multi-gunner turret. The hammer tanks are here to deal with the infantry. And now this entire little mini base is under threat of the hammer tanks. And this whole base looks like a nail when you're a hammer tank. Cryocopters will be getting shot down as those MiGs clear the skies, and OP Shizhao expands into the corner but takes over the middle of the map. Dutch army taps out, the GG comes out, and OP Shizhao has a perfect record in this series with Soviets. So maybe it's time to stop playing random and start playing Soviets. And that'll send us to Infinity Isle. And why should the randomness stop here? Because playing the Allies this time, it's OP Shizhao. Up by 1 single point in this series, and within striking distance is the Red Allies. This is Dutch Army. Dutch Army fighting back, and did he lose versus no, he won the Allied mirror matchup, the matchup on Icebreaker. So this is the perfect setup for Dutch Army. He's on Infinity Isle, a super popular, super common map that he will have played a billion Allied mirrors on. And look at this, he is all set up and ready to go. Dogs coming in for the scouts, mirroring each other, swimming their way through the water, and the MCV moving up to the high ground for OP Shizhao. Dutch Army hasn't moved his MCV just yet, so he has not revealed which direction he wants to go or what he wants to do, but it's going to be a naval yard as the choice for Dutch Army. OP Shizhao circling around, trying to find that angle, but ends up just deciding on moving to the high ground and setting up shop up there. OP Shizhao now has a little bit of breathing room, but these have been hard-fought games, close enough in the series that he should not take a break. He should not rest easy in this setting. Expansion coming up, gets spotted by the dog out there. Very delayed to move to the airfield for OP Shizhao, but he does get there eventually, just because a lot of allied players do go for the airfield so much sooner than that. Peacekeepers moving forward, but the walls are already up, and OP Shizhao bringing his own peacekeepers to the front line. He will be able to deal with any light pressure that Dutch Army wants to try to apply. OP Shizhao has a couple of riptides to deal with, though. That early naval yard from Dutch Army. What's inside the riptides is what matters more. It's going to be a couple of javelin soldiers as more walls come up on the high ground. Vindicator ends up taking a lot of damage, kills off the riptide, manages to survive. OP Shizhao is going to be forcing these jabs inside of that riptide, and the Vindicator might be able to come through for another bombing run. Goodbye to the riptide. He didn't make it out onto the water. He didn't die a watery death, but he did die on the beaches of Infinity Island. The Peacekeepers clean up everything else. Dutch Army almost gets a 1-2 punch, knocking down the airfield on the high ground, knocking down this refinery on the low ground, but all of it goes wrong. None of it works out. Dutch Army has kept his naval yard around, so he does, or he built another one, I don't know. But he does still have the Dolphins coming out, and he is postured over here for a potential 4th refinery location. That command hub deployed nice and early by OP Shizhao, but not actually used for anything just yet. Apollo's going to be tangoing with Apollos in the middle of the map, fighting versus each other, and these peacekeepers slowly getting chipped away at. Dolphin is going to show up just in time for that refinery to finish. Dutch Army has this timing down very nicely to be able to deal with this naval yard, or to deal with this naval expansion of OP Shizhao. Multi-gunner turret deployed equally in pretty much perfect timing as that Dolphin rolls up to that location. The multi-gunner turret gets deployed. It was 2 versus 3 in this Apollo fight, then it was 2 versus 2, but the repairs will go to the side of OP Shizhao, and Double Dolphin will be able to shut down this water expansion. Ooh, second multi-gunner turret is now online, so the Dolphins will be getting cleaned up, and the Harvester can get back to work. OP Shizhao maintains that little economic advantage. He's lost some mining time. He's had some Harvesters be threatened, but he hasn't lost them yet. Apollos fighting versus Apollos, and the 4th refinery for Dutch Army, it has not materialized. Vindicator ends up being given away for free. Will be answered back with 1 Apollo, but you're going to be more okay with that if you lost an Apollo than if you lost a Vindicator. OP Shizhao will now be matched in his economy by Dutch Army, who is a little bit overdrawn on electricity, which means this airfield is going to get shut down, so now his power is online, or not even with that. As the airfield gets shut down, the cryo shot comes in, and this Vindicator is frozen in place, watching over the furious fight between the Peacekeepers and the Javelin soldiers. OP Shizhao, he may have lost his army on the front line, but he killed that airfield, and that is what he wanted to do. Riptide ends up going down, MCV deployed here. Dutch Army has a lot of problems to deal with, but an airfield is now one of them as well. Peacekeeper's going to be able to get some big damage onto this Conyard. Another Riptide ends up going down, but Dutch Army has a great position on this front line. No multi-gunner turrets coming in just yet from OP Shizhao. Okay, there's the multi-gunner turret as the dog comes out. Bark comes out. No, the Bark doesn't land, but OP Shizhao pushes Dutch Army down the hill. The high ground is now being ceded. OP Shizhao has control over all of it, and he catches the Peacekeepers as well. 4 Peacekeepers frozen in ice, broken to pieces. And now the front door has been flung wide open. The high ground expansion is exposed. Javelin soldiers coming out onto the field. OP Shizhao with a 1-point advantage moves into a 1-point advantage in this game. Javelin soldiers do a little bit of damage back onto those Vindicators, but it's not enough to knock any of them down. Multi-gunner turret gets deployed, but it gets popped and shut down by OP Shizhao, whose barracks killing abilities lie in the hands of the Peacekeepers as the Javelin soldiers fire off against these Vindicators. The GG comes out, and OP Shizhao shuts down Dutch Army in this seeding match. OP Shizhao is your first seed out of the CCO qualifier. Dutch Army is your second seed. They are matched by DDF and Mirage Tank on the BattleNet side of the qualifiers. But of course, we still have the rest of the qualifier to get to. The lower bracket will decide our 3rd and 4th seeds to match Harlan and DDF from the BattleNet side of things. Thank you all very much for watching. Huge shout out to Tim and MediaStorm for supporting this tournament, for supporting Red Alert 3, and for helping me put this event together. Big thank you to Drive and Double Evil for their design and coding work on my channel and on this event as well. Thank you all very much for watching. If it wasn't for you guys, we wouldn't have these awesome games to get to. And a big shout out to all of the players participating in this event as well. Thank you all very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. And this is Cybert, signing out.